Welcome to our UFC 310 watch along here on MMA Junkie. I am Gorgeous George. That is the Goze. We're the MMA Junkie Radio hosts, and we're the guys that do this on behalf of the website. It's going to be a fun night. We're OGs at it. We know what we're doing. We're going to give you some winners. We're going to have some drinks together, some food together, some laughs together. Hit the like button, spread the word, tell other people, let's watch the fights together. And remember, if you choose not to get that pay-per-view, we'll be your eyes and ears for tonight's pay-per-view portion. 9 fights all together, 4 feature prelims. They're going to get going in just a sec, and we'll recap what took place, and then the 5 on the main card. Goze, how you feeling? You've had a rough 24 hours, my friend.
Yeah. It's been beat down after beat down, but can only get better, right?
It all started last night with his UNLV Rebels. They came up short. Sorry?
Do you and I have like a crazy delay between each other?
Possibly. I thought I was talking to Wayne Rooney in Tokyo for a second there. All right, this is up to a rough start, so I'm going to exit and come back.
All right. Yeah, I don't know what was going on, but when George started, it seemed like he was on a crazy delay there. So I will keep the broadcast going. But yeah, as George mentioned, I'm Goze. That's George. He'll be back here in a second. We do MMA Junkie Radio, and this card, already saw people in the chat talking about it. It's gone under the radar a little bit. I think it's going to be a really, really fun one. And I think we're going to be surprised at how some of these matchups, and already on the card, it's been pretty interesting so far. Let me see if that fixes George. Let's see. You back?
I am back, Goze. Happy to join you for tonight's broadcast. Yes.
All right. Were you joking, or are we still on a delay? Because it took you a couple seconds to say you were back.
I'm joking. I'm with you.
Oh, okay.
All right. I just want to have a little bit of fun. Yeah. It's, hey, we bitch about it all the time. This streaming era drives us nuts. Trust me. You got feeds, right, for watching the fights, and then we have to transmit in and out. But it's going to be a fun time. We got this. We figured it out. And I was just going over Goze's last 24 hours. I'm trying to cheer him up because he had a rough go of it last night for the Mountain West Conference Championship. The UNLV Rebels came up short. He's a Rebel. He's an alumni of UNLV. And then today, Manchester United loses at home. That sucked. And then today Goze had a little outing that just wasn't as fun as he thought it was going to be. So he's been hanging his head low all day. But hopefully these fights shake it off a little bit. What do you think?
Oh, and if you remember the last watch along, we got poisoned. Do you remember that?
Mm-mm.
Laura reminded me of that because she goes, "Hey, I'm gonna go out. If you want, I can bring a Starbucks." And she was like, "Ooh, remember the last Starbucks poisoned everyone?" So I was like, "Eee, what's going on right now?" I said, "Pass."
Yeah. No, yeah. I was going back on the last 24 hours. But yeah, I guess if we go back to the card in November, that was pretty brutal. I remember that. All right, so let's go over what's taking place, and then we need to get a pick out because that's what we do here is we watch the fights together, but at the same time, we want to try and make some money for those of you that are choosing to gamble on the card. So, it's sometimes just as easy as saying, I think he's going to win. I think she's going to win, or I think someone's going to knock someone out or submit them. So take the under, or it's going to go to a decision. We keep it kind of simple here. We do have some prop bets that we get from the sharps and stuff, and we'll share those as they come along. But for the most part, picking the winner is the first thing we want to do. So let's get this one out of the way, Goze, and then we'll go back and review what's taken place so far because a lot of well-known fighters have already fought tonight. So the first fight of the night is going to be Randy Brown versus Bryan Battle. Now, the odds on this fight, and remember, Bryan Battle came in like 4 pounds heavy. A little disappointing, to tell you the truth. But he's actually minus 200, and Randy Brown is plus 165, according to BetMGM. whatever house you do your work at, that's fine. We're just telling you who our partners are for tonight, but they don't fluctuate too much. It's just to give you an idea. Again, Brian Battle minus 200, Randy Brown plus 165. Goes, who do you like?
Oh, I'm gonna kick it off. All right. I don't like the weight mishap. That kind of bothers me a little bit. I don't think Randy Brown should be that big of an underdog, so I'm gonna bet Randy Brown
I like
plus
it.
165.
I co-sign. I don't like the weight loss either. I'm sorry, the bad weight cut. It's disappointing because Brian Battles, he's not a 30-fight veteran or a 25 veteran, but now he's been in the UFC long enough to know where you have to be at a certain point. Now, if you had a health issue somewhere along the way, okay, but Randy Brown's pretty pissed off, man, that it went down the way it did. So, is that a little bit of a slight advantage? He says he might be outweighed at least 15 pounds tonight, but I still like Brown in this fight, Goes.
I like him too. I think just skill wise, if the right Randy Brown comes out, I think he can keep him at a distance. I think he can back Brian off a little bit. So I feel good. Get him at an underdog. I do want to read one here that in the chat that I thought was interesting. Charles84 says, I have Volkov and Rakhmonov straight wins parlay at plus 452 for $100. I thought I was being cool and hip, George, because all week I've been kind of feeling Volkov a little bit in this fight. I feel like he's gotten better. I think there's some improvements there. But I've heard from other people too that they like Volkov. And if you can match him up with Rakhmonov, who I really think is gonna do well tonight, that ain't a bad parlay right there. I think there's a lot of fun different parlays you could put together tonight. Do you have one for tonight?
I did, but it came from a sharp, and he's been cold. He's 0-2, I think. No. Joshua Van won. Chris Weidman lost, but then Max Griffin lost. But see, I agreed with all of them, so I can't even throw him under the bus and go, man, that fool, because I kind of liked Weidman coming in. I kind of liked Joshua Van, that hit. And I thought Max Griffin might have athleticism, speed, power, keep Chiesa off him, but I got to give Chiesa a shout out. Okay, for the sake of just making sure that everything going forward is good, Randy Brown's our pick, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Randy Brown's our pick. So now we'll go back a little bit in time and talk about some of these fights that took place. Goes, it's a damn shame, honestly, and I don't want to turn this into a hate fest because when the UFC gives you a deep card, there's going to be some disappointment along the way as to why is he or she way down here at the bottom. But at 4 p.m. to be watching Mike Chiesa, fight who did you just beat?
Max Griffin.
Max Griffin. Yeah. I don't know, man. I think these guys have put in some time. I'm just like this same with Weidman and Anders. Like, I don't know. I can't complain because the card's deep, but I guess it just bothered me a little bit. Like the first fight was Kennedy and Chukwue defeating Lucas Bresky. Okay, I get it. And Chukwue's never flown off the charts and been somebody that you have to feature on a main card or nothing like that. Chase Hooper, he has a little bit of a following. He defeats the uber popular Clay Guida. Now, Clay Guida is 38-25. He's had a lot of fights. Everybody loves his walkout. Everybody loves his brother slapping him up. All that, we get it. But he has fallen a little bit from the early days, 15 years ago when he was a top 10 lightweight. Goze and I saw him at the first UFC on Fox show. And Clay Guida, if I'm not mistaken, was fighting Benson Henderson for the right to fight for a title. So he was like on a 4-fight win streak. Those were his days. That was literally like 15 years ago, it feels like. But I don't know. Chiesa, Griffin, Van, Durden, Weidman, Anders, like, why are they below some of these other fights on the fight card? Landwehr and Dooho, Choi, Bryce Mitchell and Kron, Gracie. I don't know. That bothers me.
The Gracie Mitchell fight is the one I think that bothers me the most. I think what this card has is a lot of C plus B minus fights, and they're just kind of rolling the dice as to where they should go on the card. But that one's the one that bugs me the most. I do feel like the fight that we just saw as we were getting ready to start the broadcast, Chris Weidman, a former champ. I think the UFC kind of dropped the ball on that one. That to me looked like it's got to be his last one. I was very surprised the gloves didn't come off. He looked really tired, really old. But I've been saying for a long time, I thought Bo Nickel was the guy that they should have gave Weidman, because that kind of serves a purpose for what they're trying to do with Bo Nickel. But to just see him kind of go out that way, I don't know that you can convince me to watch him again. That one was rough, but so far the undercard's been really good. I thought Michael Chiesa looked phenomenal. I felt bad for Max Griffin. Like he just didn't have a second to breathe.
Yeah, true. Chiesa looked good. So even though he just turned 37 today, when he says, I got a few more in me, I want to fight in Seattle early part of next year, and I have a few more, I'm thinking, yeah, go for it. I mean, he looked pretty good everywhere. His stand-up was decent. His grappling was on point. He looked athletic and smart, like picking his spots at the right time. I thought Griffin, there was times, and the guys called it, why are you pressing Chiesa up against the cage and taking any chances on having somebody get their hands on you, their paws on you, when you can possibly create a situation where you separate a little bit, And then eventually, like 30 seconds later, he would break away. But then throwing his hands, he just didn't seem as fast and as sharp as he usually does. But still, I think it was more Chiesa's night. Look at Weidman's downfall, going for that guillotine. Like, I don't know. That was the beginning of the end for him. And I thought Weidman could probably hold his own striking, and then looking for his opportunity to get a clean takedown and be on top.
Even in the chat here, a name that's getting thrown out, Joshua Van. He's my flyweight dark horse. We were talking about him too. Like he looked legit, didn't he? He looked really, really good. And obviously I'm not trying to throw him in a title matchup or anything like that, but doesn't he look like he would give like Steve Erceg hell or someone, like guys that have been in that situation? I thought he looked really good, man.
I was telling Goze before the watch along started, he kind of reminded me of John Dodson, because he's really fast and he can crack, and he's usually going to give up height. He's not as short as John Dodson, but still, he kind of reminds me of that. And I thought he had some pretty good fighter IQ. There was times where you could tell Durden wanted the fight to go to the ground, and Joshua Van was not all about it. He fought to his strengths. Another thing that I liked was he was chopping down the tree little by little. John Jones kind of did that to Stipe Miocic. He didn't rush it. And then when the opportunity was there, he went for it. Same thing. That's what I liked about this fight with Joshua Van, was he was looking for those opportunities. I mean, it almost cost him in the third round because Durden landed a 2-piece, 3-piece. Luckily for Van, he threw this overhand right counter that stopped all that and made it his fight. But I like Joshua Van Goes a lot.
Yeah. This fight is underway, and this is one of those situations where you look at a guy like Brian Battle. If he were to win tonight, this is one of my pet peeves in MMA. I don't know that you could really throw your hands up and celebrate. What's up, everybody? I think you just kind of go shake your opponent's hand. You walk back to your corner, and you're just thankful you were even given the opportunity to go out there and fight, because missing weight, it's just not doing your job. It's not doing the whole thing, So if he does get that win, I hope he quietly, because I like the guy. He's always been really fun. And, ooh, bless you.
Yeah. No, I agree. Battle had this performance in Paris, if you recall, where he was kind of a heel, right? But he played up to it, and I think he's well liked, and so therefore it didn't hurt him too much when he beat Kevin Jousset. Now that was just September 28th, so less than 3 months ago. And now moving up to fight Randy Brown on a pay-per-view, you would have thought, everything would line up nicely, right, for him, because this would be a big, big win for him. Randy Brown's a respected welterweight. And now, like you said, Goes, it'll be tainted either way, especially if he wins. I'd be shocked if it went to a decision and he got time on the mic but maybe I don't know. That is when you miss a pound, when you miss a weight by half a pound or a pound. Sometimes it seems that it can be forgiven, but he's supposed to weigh in at 171 and he weighed in at 175. That's 5 pounds over the championship weight, and it's 4 pounds over what Randy Brown weighed in. That's just a huge disadvantage. He stopped trying yesterday. Randy Brown went all the way to when he had to make weight, so the other guy had more time to rehydrate and not suffer as much.
No.
But we'll see, because Brian Battle is likable. I found him likable on the reality show, and since then, a lot of other fighters may not survive, fighting somebody in Paris, France, getting all them booze, and then coming back and missing weight. I don't.
Nice throw.
I don't go all over the message boards to see what everyone's up to, like in the old days. You kind of get that more from social media, but I haven't heard that this guy's become a heel yet.
Basically, Twitter destroyed message boards, right?
Probably, yeah. Especially when you could create your lists, and there you go. You got your message board, I guess. And you only have to hear from the people you choose to follow.
Those were fun times.
Hey, where are you at in terms of the clock? I guess we need to sync up. That's part of the streaming era.
I'm at 56, 55, 54, 53.
Okay.
52.
Let's see if I can nail it. Sometimes the worst is when Goze ahead of me.
Whoa, what's going on with the camera? Kind of made me dizzy.
Okay, Goze. Let's see what we matched up. Ready? Watch this. 24, 23, 22, 21, 20.
I'm 1 second ahead of you.
Oh, really? I even gave myself a 1 second buffer.
All right, I'll pause for 1 second.
Randy Brown getting a late takedown here. That is a big dude, man. 6'3", 170 pounder. Holy cow.
Do you know what ended up happening with ticket sales? I know they weren't going too well. And there hasn't, I'll be honest with you, there hasn't really been too much of a buzz around town. We did attend one MMA related event this week, and not very much of a buzz. So I'm curious to see. I know it's kind of early in the night in Vegas, LA. Those are more walk-up crowds. But have you heard anything about ticket sales?
I heard they were slow earlier in the week. That's about it. But I attributed it to Vegas is a distant cousin of Los Angeles, and we grew up in Los Angeles, and that's how it is, man. It just fills in as the night progresses. It's the weirdest thing. We're on West Coast time, right? Or Pacific time zone. So a lot of people would rather eat their dinner 5, 6, and then go to the fights, which, remember, the pay-per-view starts at 7. So you're missing a lot of these featured prelims right now because that's what you're doing. On the East Coast, the pay-per-view starts at 10. You could have easily gotten your dinner around 6 or 7 and still got in and snuck in and saw a few more fights. So you usually see those East Coast crowds definitely fill in a lot faster.
Mm-hmm.
And then over here, for some reason, it's just cool to walk in late, I guess. I don't know.
Brian Battle came out a little
really bad. Markdowns are already happening. $1,200 seats down to $1,000. $1,000 seats down to $750. So as of 2 weeks ago, people were already talking about it a little. I'm trying to see if I can find something more current. Here's something 6 days ago. Ooh, geez, this can't be right. It's expected to draw 10,000 for 310, UFC 310, but normally you see 20,000. Ticket prices range from $125 to $3,800. $125 is not the end of the world.
No, that ain't bad. Man, I feel like Randy Brown's gonna throw a knee up to this guy's head and KO him. He's just missed a couple times.
Oh, he covers a lot of ground with his punches.
Doesn't Keith Peterson look like he just changed a bunch of oils at Jiffy Lube or something? He's kind of got that baggy look and then black gloves. Like he just walked out from the back and said, "Let me get your keys."
Oh,
Ooh.
nice knee by Battle right up the middle. And that hurt Randy Brown because the way he retreated, you could tell. In fact, I'm not even sure he's together, but he's choosing to get right back in the mix here, in the firefight, instead of trying to clear the cobwebs. Right now, they're pushed up against the cage. I could see Randy Brown using that time to get better.
Brian's got a lot more pace than I thought he would tonight.
This is round 2 of Brian Battle versus Randy Brown. These are welterweights. And the first fight on the featured prelims portion of the card. The rest of the featured prelims are as follows. After this fight, it's going to be Movsar Evloev against Aljamain Sterling. Then Vicente Luque against Themba Gorimbo. Remember, that was supposed to be Nick Diaz.
Mm-hmm.
And then Anthony Smith versus Dominick Reyes. So look, I can't argue. As an MMA fan, Reyes, Smith, Luque, Gorimbo, Evloev, Sterling, and Brown Battle, that's a legit featured prelim. But it's legit because look at the main card. Bryce Mitchell versus Kron Gracie. If I'm not mistaken, was Bryce Mitchell's last fight when he got lit up by Emmett? Or was that? I know it was Emmett's last fight. Did Bryce fight since then?
I think he might have had one.
No.
Let me see.
No, his last fight was that. So he's coming off getting devastated by Josh Emmett in December 2023. And he's fighting Kron Gracie, who started off 5-0 and now is on a 2-fight losing streak. And get this, one of the fights was in 2019 when he lost to Cub Swanson. The other one was in May of 2023 when he lost to Charles Jourdain. So he hasn't fought in a year and a half. And before that, he hadn't fought in 4 years. Where's the buzz to have these two guys open the night? Where's the logic in this?
Well, for one, it's kind of funny to hear you even say the word logic with Bryce Mitchell's name in it. But I thought, you know what I thought was kind of weird was when they asked Kron Gracie, like, because they kind of posed the same question to both guys. And, you know, he's coming off a terrible fight in his last fight. And he said the thing he learned the most about that was that not to trust the people that are closest to him.
Kron Gracie said that?
Yeah. And if you look at the people that
what
are
was
close
the question?
to him,
what was the question they asked him?
Like, you know, what did you learn from that horrific fight? You know, your last fight. Like, what lessons
against Jourdain? Okay, and he said not to trust the people around me
that are closest to me.
Huh.
And
bizarre answer.
Yeah, some of the people that are closest to him were some G's, you know, but I don't know. That fight, it's so weird because he had such a bad performance. But at the end of the day, if Bryce Mitchell were to take him down, you have no idea. Like Gracie could maybe submit him. Like, I don't know. But it has no business being on the main card, especially when you have some of these other G's that are below it.
The right answer for him would have been because I need to get way better in this sport. That's why I got smoked.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm going to tell you guys something. When Frank Trigg fought Matt Hughes 20 years ago, he lost to Matt Hughes. He may have won another fight, then he lost to Matt Hughes again, and then I think he lost to GSP. And eventually the UFC and Frank Trigg parted ways. Now, there was some other stuff behind the scenes that I think made him get that that exit came a little sooner than we all would have thought. Because remember, Josh Koscheck, Diego Sanchez, some of those guys hadn't really taken the next step. Carl Parisian, they hadn't taken the next step just yet. And so Trigg came back in 2010, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't want to bore you guys with the story, but I knew a guy that kind of helped him with that comeback. And in that comeback, when he did sign the new contract, he actually negotiated that his fights have to be on pay-per-views. And so he wound up fighting, who was it goes? Matt Serra, and who was the other one? Chris Lytle or
on the comeback?
Yeah.
Was two who the fuck was it?
I'll look it up. It was Josh Koscheck and Matt Serra were the two people that he fought. But both of them were on the main card, and I remember he negotiated that. So the only thing I could think of is maybe Kron Gracie said, all right, I'll sign, but I have to be on main cards or something like that. I mean, he was on UFC on ESPN Plus 19, but the one before that, or the one after that, he was at UFC 288. So I don't know what he could have done to deserve this, but neither Bryce Mitchell nor Kron Gracie deserve this. And I'm sorry, but I don't even think Dooho, Choi, and Nate Landwehr need to be bumping some of these other guys.
I would say take one or the other, but not both. But at least with Choi and Landwehr, like, you know, it's going to be a crazy fight, right? That's going to make people go that are watching on pay-per-view go, holy shit, you know, these two guys are animals. Nate Landwehr has maybe earned that spot, right? With the way he's fought. Record-wise, maybe not, but the way he fights, maybe I could see them doing that. But that, man, made me go back and think about some.
Do you think Sterling's not on the main card because word around the campfire is the UFC doesn't like Aljamain Sterling?
I think part of it is that. I think a good chunk of it is that. But I also think, and it's not only a lesson or a message to Aljamain Sterling, it's a message to the roster every time they do that stuff. But it's also Evloev. Like, look at, when's the last time he got a finish, right? Everything is, damn, Randy Brown's on some bombs right now.
Yeah, he sure is.
Brian Battle's slipping. Oop, lands a nice knee.
Battle may want to move his head.
If you look at his record, he's not the most exciting guy by their standards either. So could just be they didn't want a snoozer on the pay-per-view. And it could be that. It could be a snoozer.
I suppose. There is 1 minute and 15 seconds left here in round 3 between Brian Battle and Randy Brown. Crowd's booing a little bit. I think that's unfair. It's been a decent fight. I think sometimes the crowd just reacts to any time two fighters are pressed up against the cage.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to think what the equivalent could be of that in baseball. Maybe is it like
it's when the
somebody
pitcher,
getting the automatic walk?
Nah, I think it's when the pitcher tries to throw back to first base too many times.
Yeah.
Which now they got a rule on, but
right. Or in football, you're on your own 30. You got 3 timeouts. There's 30 seconds left. And you just say, yeah, we're going to take a knee. Go in at halftime rather than try and, do
something.
A couple quick passes and maybe get a field goal out of it. That's it. Are they still working off the old gloves, or sorry, the new gloves that are going to be the old gloves? I think so, right?
It was like 1 on, 1 up. I think all the pay-per-views have the old gloves, which will now be the new gloves again.
Do you think deep down some of it had to do with the lack of KOs or the KOs going down? Because I do.
Maybe. Yeah.
Dana said a lot of fighters complained, and I'm thinking, well, a lot of them also gave it props.
Well, a lot of
But
fighters complain all the time. When do they listen to them?
And unless unless I really quiz all 700, 800 fighters, we won't know. But I think it might have had something to do with
Is this the week of rodeo? Is rodeo still going on? Do you know? Here in Vegas?
I believe so.
Randy Brown thinks he won. He's going through his motions.
This is gonna be a split. Brown gets Matt. Mike Bell. Adelaide Bird gets Battles. Brian Battle wins.
Let's see if he's handling it correctly so far.
Oh, he's gonna get interviewed. He's getting booed, so he certainly ain't getting over. Randy Brown shook his hand, but didn't give him much love past that.
Ugh. Just called all of Vegas sick degenerates.
I think they're booing him because of the weight loss.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of like the worst case scenario for him, right? Is winning a really close decision, because a lot of people are going to say, well, if it was that close, you can point to something like the weight cut, and that being the difference.
The fight didn't suck. I think we expected it to be more exciting, and it wasn't, but it also didn't suck. But I just think Battle not making weight is kind of a big deal, probably. And of course, now he's playing up to the crowd, so, and that's fine too. We need heels.
Just gotta shake it off, man, and make weight next time.
Yeah. It all depends. I don't think he cares. Let's see, who was it? Ron McCarthy.
Adelaide Bird.
They didn't agree on round 1. They all agreed on round 2 for Battle. And round 3, yeah. Yeah, it came down to round 3. Brown got round 1. Battle got round 2. and McCarthy and Bird gave him round 3. Mike Bell gave the other side, Randy Brown, round 3. Now,
All right, so
Bird
then it's on you.
is a boxing judge, and she doesn't do as many as Mike Bell and Ron McCarthy. So she is a Vegas judge because she's based in Vegas. But when I say the Vegas judges a lot, I tend to think about the ones that frequently do the cards, Dana White Contender Series, The Ultimate Fighter. Still need judges even for those exhibition bouts. All the fight nights, whether they're at the Apex or not, and then pay-per-views. That group of Bell, Camijo, Junipero, what's his name? Yeah. Ron McCarthy, Sal D'Amato, forget who else. Those, I think, tend to call the fights using the most current criteria. So the fact that McCarthy and Bell looked at it different, I'm not too hurt by it. I wasn't shocked that Bird saw it the other way because she just doesn't seem to have as many reps as the other guys. But the new criteria is damage. There's just no way around it. It's damage. What's this about?
I don't know. I don't really have too much volume, so. Right, it's got to be something with the holidays, right?
Yeah, but it sounds like Veterans Day-ish. Maybe it's about
I just sent you some pictures of.
Yeah, they are talking about the military. Maybe because I think right around this time goes is D-Day, right? Or no, that was in June. Sorry, Pearl Harbor. Could be maybe they're honoring that.
I sent you some pictures of what the arena looked like for the van fight.
What's this? Someone took this recently?
This was at the beginning of the van fight.
Wow, it's a ghost town.
Yeah.
You know what's scary about that is I'm still pumping Vegas as the fight capital of the world. And is there a B? Well, B would be I don't want us to lose a card, but Goze and I haven't been going to as many cards as we used to. So I guess it wouldn't matter to us anyway. Remember we used to say that? Oh man, this is gonna when New York came along, we felt like it might cost us a show.
Yeah.
They no longer do the Super Bowl show, the Memorial Day show, and the Labor Day card show. And there used to be one called the End of the Year, which is this, but it used to be on New Year's Eve weekend. And that kind of went away too, which I don't mind. What it did was it gave us a longer period of time between, not that we go anywhere. I'm just saying the UFC after next week's show in Tampa will be off about a week until that fight night card at the Apex with Mackenzie Dern and Amanda Hebus. Then the following week's UFC 311. So it's like 4 weeks that I think the UFC offices can breathe a little bit because they're always, busy with shows.
Mm-hmm. You got to make your pick here.
Okay. According to BetMGM, the favorite is Movsar Evloev. He's minus 250 and Aljamain Sterling's plus 200. I'm going to go with the dog again, Goze.
Aljamain Sterling, yeah, plus 200. It's hard to argue.
I think Sterling will find ways to mitigate what Evloev can do because he's got his own talents in wrestling and jiu-jitsu if he needs to. But I think the stand-up can cause Evloev some problems if that's what he forces him to do.
I like it. I'm down with it. Let me see here. I think Aljo fights with a chip on his shoulder too for this one.
What was the final in Georgia versus Texas?
I'm not sure.
It just ended.
How could it have just ended? It just ended
Yeah.
right now?
Georgia won 22-19. Oregon's winning and Clemson's winning. Okay.
Man.
Let's talk about those fights that have been booked recently. At UFC 311, they had a press conference yesterday promoting the tickets going on sale for UFC 311 in Inglewood, California. Let's just call it Los Angeles, California. It's a suburb within LA area, real close.
Mm-hmm.
And Islam Makhachev is going to defend his UFC lightweight title versus Arman Tsarukyan. They fought once before years ago, and Makhachev won that fight. So it's a rematch. But I think they're two completely different fighters, and they're both much better. And Tsarukyan, to be fair, has earned his shot to fight for the second time against Makhachev. It'll be the first time in a title fight, but it's the second time he'll face Islam Makhachev. So them two were present in Vegas yesterday. The other ones, the other fight that was booked was Merab Dvalishvili will defend his UFC bantamweight title against Umar Nurmagomedov. So big night for the Dagestanis. You got a champion defending and a challenger challenging. Habib will be in attendance. Umar's his cousin and Makhachev is his protege. And as you all know, he kind of stepped away from traveling with the fighters to spend more time with his family, but it doesn't mean he's not coaching them and assisting them at home. But he has made some exceptions, and this is another one. In fact, recently in September, I saw him coach his cousin, Umar's brother, Usman Nurmagomedov, who happens to be the lightweight champ over at Bellator. What's that, Goze?
He's dope too.
He's awesome. He's really, really good. Okay, so here we go. Aljo is 5 years older. Evloev, however, has a 1.5 inch reach advantage. They are both 145 pounds and a half, and they both come in at 5'7". Are you rooting for Aljo, Goze? Do you think he has gotten mistreated a little, or what do you think?
I think he has, but I don't think he's completely innocent in the whole thing. But I think he has, and it's a little sad, I think. Ray Longo's got to be one of the nicest guys in the sport.
Agreed.
Did I ever tell you for our 2000 show, you know that video we did where all of the fight camps came out like the Warriors?
I do remember that.
The Sarah Longo team did one, but Matt Sarah didn't like it. It was too boring, he said. So they wanted to do like The Godfather at a restaurant and have them all at this table with a bunch of spaghetti and shit on the thing. They're telling me about it. And then they just forgot. They said they were there and they started eating. The food was so good they forgot to film it. And then I ended up with nothing from them.
Did you get the original?
I never got to see the original. They said they filmed something, but they just thought it was too boring.
Well, it didn't stop one of the guys from being part of the video because remember Ally Aquinta and our friend Matt from Mandalay Bay? They filmed the scene.
Yeah. Somebody walked in the middle of that too. It was kind of like, what the fuck is this?
Jason Herzog is the third man in the octagon. Here's one thing I heard on Thursday night at the World MMA Awards. Herb Dean, I believe, won the best ref, right? Regos?
You know what, dude? I got to go back and watch it. Not that we had that much to drink, but there were a lot of times where I had to leave and come back, and I honestly don't remember a whole lot about it.
I think I'm like 1 for 10 the last 10 times I've gone to you for stuff today. Let me look it up. I think he did win it. Anyway, my point was a lot of people behind the scenes were telling me they think Herzog right now is the best referee in the business. I think they all make errors and they get highlighted when they do, but Herzog doesn't make too many that I recall.
Yeah, they all do, but
Herb Dean did win it.
He's the most solid.
Luciana Andrade won Ring Card Girl of the Year. Leading man was Dana White. Best promotion, UFC. Personality of the Year, Nina Marie Danielle, who's known as Nina Drama. She beat Bruce Buffer, Chael Sonnen, Daniel Cormier, and Joe Rogan. Best MMA programming, Dana White's Contender Series. I could agree with that. And best media source, ESPN. Journalist, Ariel Helwani. Fighting Spirit Award, Mark Coleman. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I like that one. Jim Miller would have been nice too, because he competed at UFC 100, 200, 300, and I think everyone knows, or most people know, he also fights Lyme disease. Let's see here.
Grabbing the cage.
So the ref of the year was Herb Dean. The gym of the year was the Fighting Nerds. The trainer of the year was Ian Larios.
This right here
Coach
is
of the
exactly
year,
why this
Plinio
is on the main
Cruz.
card.
Commentator of the year, John Anik. He beat Sean O'Connell, Laura Senko, Brendan Fitzgerald, and John Gooden. Upset of the year, Sean Strickland beating Israel Adesanya. I think I'd have to agree with that. Comeback of the year, Tom Aspinall. It was a career comeback.
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of these.
Brian Ortega had a nice comeback against Yair Rodriguez. But didn't qualify. But Blanchfield lost the first 2 rounds of Rose. I hope they consider that, because she came back against Rose in Canada, but that's going to go on next year's. I mean, it wasn't a big deal. I just think it's pretty admirable when someone's down 2-0 and they manage to come back, especially against someone as talented as Rose. Submission of the year was Diego Lopez over Gavin Tucker. Oh, nice slam by Aljamain Sterling. He's got one hook in. Nope, no hooks. Evloev gets out of it. Now he's got a hold of Sterling's neck, and he's got Sterling's back. Great scramble there by Evloev. He's only got one hook in, though. Sterling already back to his feet.
But he doesn't have to do much, because Aljo controlled, but he didn't do anything with it.
Drags down Sterling. Sterling has an arm around his neck. Now it's there no longer. He is in half guard on top of Sterling, trying to get a hold of a neck again, but there's only 25 seconds left. I think it's been an okay first round.
You think so?
Well, I mean, this is what I expected. 2 good wrestlers. Oh, and Sterling did a little bit of a Michael Chandler there. He didn't completely stand and slam Charles Oliveira, but he did lean back and fall back on him. But the crowd's given a little bit of a pop for it, so good for those guys in that regard. Max Holloway. Oh, Damon Blackshear. That's right. The Twister at UFC Vegas 78. Makashev's Darce choke was nice of Poirier, because it was a really nice setup along the way. KO of the year was Max Holloway over Justin Gaethje. Was it Goze? The final punch wasn't a thing of beauty, but that sequence was a thing of beauty. It was historic. But there was a flying knee by Vinicius Oliveira, a head kick over at Brave by Levi Ciryl, the head kick that Gaethje gave Poirier, and then Emmett's punch goes. That was the hardest punch of the year. That deserved to be the KO of the year, but I knew him being up against Max Holloway was going to be tough. Fight of the year, Holloway and Gaethje. I didn't even think it was fight of the year. I think it was the ending of the year. Yeah. But I thought Holloway was pretty clearly beating him. Oh, Collard Burgos should have got that one. Or Marino and Pantoja. International Fighter of the Year, Duplessis. I think that's well deserved. I suppose Ilia Topuria might have had a say in that, but
Sterling just came out and got a double right away. That's impressive, but he's got to learn to do something with these positions now, because Evloev was able to switch that on him in round one and did more with his better position right now. Whoa.
Nice. This is interesting.
I mean, if you love wrestling, this is great.
Well, I like that it goes back and forth.
Evloev's in a good position right now, and he's got that left arm tied up.
Yeah, he's got a crucifix on Sterling. Sterling needs to get his left arm out. It's trapped right now, and it's out. But now he's giving up his back. Evloev does have 2 hooks in. He's got Sterling's back, but Sterling seems to be okay here so far. In fact, he's kind of turning into Evloev slowly. He might be able to get a top position.
He's right.
Movsar is punching the back of the side of Sterling's head. He's okay. Now he's got both hooks in again. Sterling trying to turn into him, and he's almost successful. Does he turn the corner, Goze?
No.
He's caught right now, kind of like a shoulder lock by Evloev, and that's kind of smart because at least it stopped Sterling from possibly turning into him. But Sterling flips the other way and gets out of it. I mean, Sterling is slick, man.
What the?
It looked like he wanted to pile drive Evloev. He just couldn't get him up.
I didn't know Theo Von liked Aljamain Sterling that much.
What you mean?
You didn't see him jump up when he got up there?
No.
They're up against the fence now. Evloev is pushing. Dropped like he was going to go for a takedown. Didn't do it. Now they finally separate. Might be the only 3 seconds of this fight that we'll see them separated.
Oh, Sterling kind of walked into a right hand, but he's okay. And it reminded me of when he stood a little too long with O'Malley. He got too confident with his striking. But, big right hand by Evloev. I was just about to say, Evloev ain't no O'Malley. He's not a sniper like O'Malley, but he sure hit him pretty hard right now. And he's on top of Sterling. Less than 2 minutes left. He's in half guard. Evloev trying to advance, maybe into a dominant position there. He wants to cross across, using his foot to press off against the thigh of Sterling.
Do you know how much it is to put your name on the octagon there?
I don't. I think it was 500 to 1,000. 750 rings a bell.
750.
Mm-hmm. So there's 112, 110 left here in round 2, and Evloev is on top of Sterling, trying to dig in his hooks. Sterling's trying to get up, so he's got Evloev kind of hanging on top of him. Now Sterling rolls kind of like into a knee bar, except he tries to get a single and is unsuccessful because Evloev follows him over. But Sterling managed to get a single and turn into Evloev What he's running into, though, is a guy that can wrestle as good as he can, but he's stronger than he is. And Sterling's pretty strong, don't get me wrong. If Sterling was a bantamweight, he'd probably be the strongest bantamweight. But this is 10 pounds heavier, and Evloev is pretty strong. Now, that said, Sterling's relentless. And he's got Evloev up against the cage. They're both on their knees. It's not doing nothing much with it, but he's threatening. At this point, I don't even know if a takedown will do anything. I think he's just going to lose the round. Save the energy. But the problem is, can Sterling win round 3? Let's see who the fresher fighter seems to be.
And you have to look at how they judged round 1, too.
Let's see what live betting says. Oh, wow. They must have Evloev winning both rounds. Because Evloev's minus 1,005, Sterling's plus 440.
Damn. It's $500 for each of the next 2 pay-per-views, and you get a plaque with the photo of your name cut in it. Oh. All right, here we go, round 3. Every one of these fights are so important for Aljamain Sterling, because I mean, you got to imagine his road to any title's got to be longer than anyone else's. They're not going to make it easy for you.
Spinning elbow misses for Evloev, and Sterling manages to turn that into a takedown. And if he's successful with it, that's pretty amazing, that timing. They're up against the cage, and 1 minute's gone by, almost 1 minute. I bring that up only because it looks like Sterling may need a finish here, and 1 minute's kind of gone by the wayside. They're in a neutral position here. Sterling has Evloev against the cage. They're both on their knees, and nothing's happening. Evloev does have a squeeze on Sterling's head, but he's not getting much from it. It's not a threat. Now we're down to 3:36:35 left here in round 3. Remember, Sterling quite possibly might need a finish here. This ain't going to get it. And here come the Boo Birds. They're back on their feet. Sterling slams Evloev down. Can he take us back, though? He's got one hook in. Nope, that hook's out. Evloev's going to get up. He's on one knee right now. The crowd's chanting USA, USA. You can see the clock right there, 2:46, 2:45 left here in round 3. This is going to sound weird, Goze. It's going to sound like I'm crazy. But this is the type of fight I'd like to see him go 5 rounds. Just to see almost who.
I get why.
Break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because one of them's got a break.
Who's the better conditioned athlete? Who can keep this up? But it's tons of squeezing, grappling. Aljo has Evloev against the cage. Now he's looking to take his back while they're standing. Evloev in the 3-point stance. So that doesn't do anything in terms of Aljo can fire off a knee if he wants. You need to have your knee actually down for that to not happen. Oh, and Sterling, I think, got him
Yeah,
right
he
there.
learned the hard way.
Wow, almost nice. Oh,
Oh, why
Sterling
did he do
good.
that?
Sterling survived that roll that Evloev did because he had a good position on him. He countered it, was one step ahead, and now Evloev winds up on top of Sterling. Now there's a minute 30 left. When Sterling's on top, Evloev seems to get out of it a lot quicker than when he's on top. It takes Sterling a little bit more technique and time to get out of it, and he doesn't have time on his side. There's 22, 21, 20 left here in round 5. He needs a finish, it looks like.
You know, it's unfortunate because I've kind of enjoyed this fight.
Me too.
But predominantly Dana White has kind of conditioned MMA fans to not like this type of fight. You know, with the way they give out bonuses, the things he says. But this is part of our game. This is part of our sport. And it's being done at a high level.
I think the one thing that hurts the wrestling. Oh, he spiked Evloev down, kind of. I think one thing that does hurt wrestlers and jiu-jitsu guys, so we'll call them the grappling community, is they're a little hard-headed when it comes to, hey man, it's fighting. We get it. No one's saying that it's not, and we'd all love to kind of have your accolades, your skills, your talents. It has nothing to do with that. But the one thing I can say is most of the people that go to fights want to see the striking arts.
Right.
That's what it boils down to. Boy, Evloev is a beast, man. He can grapple just as good. He's fast, just as good as Sterling.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to beat Sterling because I think he took this round. So even if it was 1-1, I think he won round 3. It could be 30-27 Evloev, or it could be 29-28 Evloev. But Evloev, he answered the call, man. Sterling's a former world champion. He knows how to win fights, and he's a big 35er, but he might be a small 45er, or maybe an average 45er. And Evloev's a strong 45er.
Aljo's the look on his face, I think he knows he lost the fight.
Yeah.
But that was good.
Yeah, I think the fight delivered. That's kind of what I was expecting. The other thing would have been they don't grapple at all, and it's just two wrestlers throwing hands. I wouldn't have been shocked. I've seen that before as well.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. All right, here comes the announcement. Here we go. I think it's going to be 2 30-27s and a 29-28, but it's all going to be for Evloev. Oh, they all go 29-28 Evloev. So what does that tell you? It tells you Sterling did win round 1, Goze, because he certainly didn't win round 2, nor round 3. But round 3 was up for grabs until the very end.
Good fight, though.
I mean, what does he want him to ask him? What's his favorite Rocky movie? You're undefeated and you keep getting overlooked. Do you think this one did it for you? You know, I mean,
was Movsar the guy that we were that we had just interviewed, and then something happened like right after that interview where he was out of his fight or something.
Might be, yeah. He did have the hardest punch of the night too.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was it right
There it
there.
is.
Yeah. I mean, you could tell. Look at him, man. Look at his chest and his shoulders. He's a strong dude, man. But is he next? Oh, he just gets a lot of decisions.
Mike Brown just every weekend is at a fight, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you got
Sure
that
is.
one right. Oh no, wait.
No, I
We
had
didn't.
Sterling.
Shit, are we? Man, we're 0 for 3? Or no, 0 for 2. That ain't good. All right, we gotta turn this around.
Well, we did take 2 dogs.
Yeah. And neither one got really blown out, but still.
Right. Okay, the next one is Luque against Gorimbo. Gorimbo's minus 160, Luque plus 130. You want to take this one?
Yeah, it's back on me. You're not gonna believe this, but I
You like the underdog?
like Gorimbo. I'm just not 100% sure still what we have with the kid.
Well, those same fears, don't you have them for Luque? Is he the same? He told us, we asked him point blank, the brain bleed thing, is that in the past? Is it mental? Does it have to, he gets his checkups, he says he's fine, but he didn't look that good in his last fight.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And I liked Vicente Luque, but I think his window might have closed in terms of him being one of the top welterweights in the world. He was like a top 5 guy there for a while. And then he hit a
I think
skid.
speed is gonna hurt here. I think speed is gonna hurt. I'm gonna go with Gorimbo.
All right. Did I say what the odds were? I forget.
Yeah, minus 160 and Luque plus 130.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it actually just changed. Gorimbo's now minus 175 because I placed that bet, and now Luque is plus 145.
See, Luque went through a stretch where he stopped Nico Price, Randy Brown, Tyron Woodley, and Chiesa. Those are 4 decent names. And by the way, this was like in 2020, 2021. And they were even more decent names back then because Woodley was coming off of being a champ. So he wins that. And then all of a sudden he ran into Bilal Muhammad, who he had beaten. So now they're 1-1. And then he runs into Jeff Neal after that. And I'm sorry, since Jeff Neal, he did beat Rafael Dos Anjos, but one could argue Rafael Dos Anjos is on his way down too. Plus, he's an undersized welterweight. So yeah, I think I'm with you, man, on Gorimbo. Oh no, wait, after him, he lost to Buckley. Yeah, he lost to Buckley.
Are you getting a commercial about what the fuck is this? What urinary tract infections?
Yes. In fact, I just heard him say that. So yeah.
You see a little Jack Russell?
Yeah. Posing.
Do you think we're gonna get to a time where the UFC just knocks everyone out and we don't even have these types of fights where somebody fun from another organization comes over? You know, back in the day, this used to be Pride's gift to us, right? Or, you know, every now and again, a Strike Force fighter that only fought at Strike Force. Seeing less and less of this now.
What you mean?
There just used to be more of these guys that, like, I'll give you an example. Like a Ben Askren, right? Fought Bellator, fought at one, finally makes it to the UFC. You're excited about him making his debut. You get Rainer de Ritter, but it's not like he was an absolute monster over there either, right? At one championship, but just seems like there's less and less of these moments that make you really excited. If you're a hardcore MMA fan and you know who Kai Asakura is, he's fun. His style is very fun, but the rule set that he's been fighting under also helps flourish that a little bit, right? Here at the UFC, he's going to have to maybe control some of that a little bit. But it's fun to see him come over, and Japan is maybe doesn't have the footprint that it once used to in MMA. It's starting to make a little bit of a comeback, though, which is interesting and fun.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's been talked about. Could the UFC? How could that be? I have my volume down. Okay, there was talks about could the UFC send some heavyweights to PFL, and PFL will send back Dakota Ditcheva. What would you think of something like that?
Yeah, but I mean, who are you gonna really send that's gonna do them any favors for Francis and Gane? And plus, Francis just seems like every fight, you never know that's going to be his last one. He's made a lot of money. He's proven a lot of points.
I'm trying to see who's ran its course, where the UFC can go, yeah, we're done. And Andre's too old. That's why I don't even start with him. He's no longer in the UFC.
He's fought a lot of them, though. Like, you're not going to send Derek Lewis. That was arguably one of the worst fights in history. Who's the guy from Suriname? They already fought. Biggie Boy?
Jairzinho Rosenstruck. But why wouldn't you send Derek Lewis? They're not going to have a second boring fight, right?
You never know. Plus, they've already fought.
Well, they're not going to send Tom Aspinall. They're not going to send.
It's not even good. They wouldn't send anything in the top 8, I think.
That's what I'm saying. I think they could send him with Derek Lewis. But see, Derek Lewis, I think, helps them sell tickets still. Tai Tuivasa, maybe? He's lost 5 in a row, so he's not going to come over with much fanfare, but he will give an exciting fight to Francis Ngannou.
These guys just exchanged some nasty kicks to start the fight off.
Great leg kick there by Themba Gorimbo. Oh, Luque knocks down Gorimbo. Now he's got a squeeze on his neck. He's rolling. Darce choke here. Gorimbo's in some trouble. Oh, now one arm's trapped. And the fight didn't stop. He's out. Great win for Luque over Themba Gorimbo. And he properly put him down and then finished him. Wow.
Damn.
Man, Luque just told everyone, fuck you and your brain bleed theories or rumors or whatever. Great fight. How quick was all this, Goze? Less than 30 seconds, maybe?
Very fast.
Felt that way.
Man, we're 0 for 3 now.
He wants to stand up, but he actually got put to sleep, and he also got cracked. Here it is. Here's the exchange right there. It's on the money. Luque just hits him with an inside right, then gets on his neck, secures the darce, rolls. Gorimbo probably didn't even know the defense. At that time, he's probably not even, worried about the finer details. What am I supposed to do again?
Yeah, that was all experience right there.
And then he even traps his arm right here. Hell, it might have even been Gorimbo putting the arm there, making it easier. Wow. Damn, that's going to get Luque a bonus. Jeez.
You would think. Remember back in the day when they would do submission of the night? I mean, that have to be a lock.
And it took all of, where's the time here? They haven't posted it yet. Yeah, I don't have the time on it yet. But we know it was quick in the first. Next up will be Anthony Smith against Dominick Reyes. Here's the thing, though, folks. That's the last fight on the main card. The main card is going to start at 7 Pacific, 10 Eastern. John Anik, Joe Rogan, Daniel Cormier, they'll be pumping the card up. And the fighters will start walking out around 7:10, 10:10. So you literally are almost an hour away from that. I think they're going to have about
They better induct someone into a Hall of Fame or
10
something.
or 15 minutes to kill right now between this and the next fight.
The good thing is, well, to say Vicente could just turn around, and fight someone else.
I was just thinking about that. Like if Colby or someone got hurt for next week.
Right. Do you think Joe's closet's just filled with those black Zorro shirts?
Oh, yeah. So Vicente, who does he have available to him? Leon Edwards isn't booked. Kamaru Usman isn't booked. Jack Della Maddalena isn't booked. There's a few options for him. We know Machado, Garry, and Shavkat are off because they fight later tonight, and Buckley and Covington are off because they fight next week.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bilal will get the winner of tonight's fight. So he's got a few names out there.
You want to make a play here for this next one? It's on you. We've been mush city so far.
I think Dominick Reyes is going to win. But if he gets taken down by Anthony Smith, he should watch Smith's ground game. He needs to be careful. But Reyes has wrestled. He'll be all right. He's an athlete. I think he's going to beat Anthony Smith. Oh, he wants to fight Jorge Masvidal in Miami. The rumors are the UFC is going back to Miami in April. That's a good call out.
Yeah, why not?
Luque lives in Florida. Masvidal lives in Florida.
There's Josh Emmett.
Josh Emmett says the hardest punch he ever gave wasn't even Bryce Mitchell. Can you believe that?
He said that was the most scared he's ever been, though. I was scared too, man. I thought he killed him.
Yeah. If you're wondering, he said the hardest punch was who was it, guys?
I didn't hear
Lamas.
the
That's right,
interview.
Ricardo Lamas. Yeah, no, I clearly remember him saying that.
He said that during the interview with Nolan.
Mm-hmm. I want to finish giving out the World MMA Awards. We left that International Fighter of the Year. Dricus du Plessis won that. I was saying Ilia Topuria might have an argument, but I don't think anyone has a problem with Dricus du Plessis winning. Breakthrough Fighter of the Year, Tom Aspinall. Female Fighter of the Year, Zhang Wei Li.
It's coming back to me now.
Charles Lewis Fighter of the Year, Alex Fajeda. Lifetime Achievement Award, Mark Coleman. So Mark Coleman doubled up on Lifetime Achievement. And that other one, was it? The Spirit of the Sport, or what's it called?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fighter Spirit.
Yeah, so he got 2 awards. And in case you're wondering, I guess I'll say, because it was about an hour ago. Fighting Spirit Award was Mark Coleman. Journalist of the Year, Ariel Helwani. Media Source of the Year, ESPN MMA. Best Programming, Dana White Contender Series. Personality of the Year, Nina Drama. Best Promotion, UFC. Leading Man, Dana White. Ring Card Girl of the Year, Luciana Andrade. Ref of the Year, Herb Dean. Gym of the Year, The Fighting Nerds. The Trainer of the Year, Ian Larios. Coach of the Year, Plinio Cruz. Analyst of the Year, Michael Bisping. Commentator of the Year, John Anik. Upset of the Year, Strickland over Adesanya. Comeback of the Year, Tom Aspinall, career comeback.
Did you see
Sub
that?
of the Year, Diego Lopez. What?
Daniel Cormier kind of nudging Joe Rogan because he was on his phone, but they put the camera on them. It's like a kid in class and the teacher walks in.
Mm-hmm.
World MMA Awards were fun. I'm glad we went. Right now we're seeing promos for Kai Asakura.
He goes, knees, man. The knees, man.
Did you hear John Anik saying that he just doesn't drink water because he's afraid to have to use the restroom?
No.
Like you've seen when DC and Rogan make a break for the restroom, right?
Right.
Yeah, I guess he just doesn't. He says he just dehydrates himself. I would imagine you gotta have something, right? Like
You
you're
can
just
sip,
talking
can't you?
continuously. You can what? Oh,
You can
sip?
just sip on something. Doesn't like I could sip on this all night. Doesn't mean I have to kill 3 of them.
Yeah.
I think at that level, man, you probably bring a suit, and then you bring another suit, like an emergency suit, just in case, like a beer flies from the crowd, something happens. And I don't see how there can't be some sort of a break where you could run back and have to change your jacket or your pants or whatever. Like the UFC's broadcast is nice and tight, but I see it as something where an emergency can be addressed. Now, let's say,
Yeah, I
for
mean,
example, Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady are calling the NFL game. I think Brady could say, I have an emergency, and Burkhardt could carry it.
but they're probably
I don't know
closer to
if
a
Tom Brady
restroom
could
than
do
these
that.
guys.
Burkhardt was hurt. What's that?
I think they're closer to a restroom than these guys, though. These guys are like cage side. Those guys are up in a booth where I'd imagine, hell, there might even be a restroom in the booth.
What I heard was that Mike Goldberg had to take about 5 or 6 pisses per broadcast. He would do a lot of Rockstar, I think. The guy that preceded John Anik. Goze knows what I'm saying for the audience that doesn't know.
Billionaire Chat says he does the same thing on long flights. I've only had to use the restroom one time on a flight. I didn't like it. But when we went to Germany, I was on the verge of maybe shitting my pants just because every time, you know me, I'm home team, baby. But I'm not going to shit my pants on an airplane. But every time I had like that window, you know, where you can walk for a couple seconds before it hits you, somebody would beat me to the restroom and it got dicey. But that's the only time. That was probably one of the worst ones ever. That and a drive home one time you were driving Texas to Brazil. It was one of those 1 in 5 or 1 in 3.
Mm-hmm.
Probably had a Caliente on the 55 one before too.
Yeah. Reyes, did you accept that as the play for the next one?
But I don't have a choice. What's your play?
Right now, folks, if we could hit the like button on this video, I'd greatly appreciate it. What it does is when all these shows go live on YouTube, YouTube basically decides what goes on their front page or what just gets pushed, right? So that it's in front of more eyeballs. And one of the things that helps the algorithm is the like button. So that's why that's why you always hear that, whether it's live or pre-recorded. Somebody will say, hey, if you can kindly hit the like button, I'd greatly appreciate it. And honestly, almost every video I go in, unless they were to say, I hate Latino men or guys who are named George or Jack, I mean, you'd have to say something right off the top where I go, what? Fuck you. For the most part, I hit like for everyone, just figuring we'll get some of that love back. And then subscribing to the channel, something else that I think would be beneficial to you all. If you're here, it means you love MMA, and our channel's popping. There's just no way around it. We have great interviews, great shows, and it's all free. You just got to subscribe and like them, and we'll handle the rest. In fact, I even know some guys, they say, hit the dislike if you didn't like the video. So I invite you to hit the dislike, I guess, if you didn't like it. Because that guy's doing well. And if it means it's a reaction, it's a reaction. I don't want you to, but if you did, you did. But I don't want you to. I'd rather you hit the like button. There's times when the video goes is like 15 minutes long, and I'm only in there for like 2 minutes, but I'll still hit the like on the way out. I'm like, all right, you know.
Yeah. I think I've been watching YouTube more from my TV set than I have like laptop, you know. But I still find a way to do it, especially with something I like. Plus, you want your algorithm to make sense too. You know, you want videos to pop up that you actually like.
Yeah. Remember, I told you there'd be a break, and I think in the next 5 minutes, by 6:35 p.m. Pacific, 9:35 p.m. Eastern, Reyes and Smith should be fighting. which means one of them's going to come out after this little promo's over. Now I think they're starting to push it a little bit, because 15 minutes of fighting and 2 minutes in between the rounds, and then the time to sort things out after the fight. I mean, all that's about 20 minutes. You don't want to cut it that close. What if there's a kick to the nuts? That could take 5 minutes. An eye poke.
Mm-hmm.
I would have thought by 6:30 they were fighting, but they're pushing it a little here. So Anthony Smith lost somebody, huh?
Yeah, very close friend and coach.
I'm always curious what may have happened. I wonder a few things. One, did somebody take their own life? Two, were they fighting some sort of an illness? Or could it have been an accident or whatever? But I'm one of those that's a little curious. However, I won't go out of my way to ask. I just wonder. I look at the pages, see the comments. I really did not get exposed too much to suicide growing up. And then for some reason, when we started the show, some of our listeners have taken their own lives. And so, oh man, those sucked. Some really good people that when we would see them, when they'd come visit Vegas or call into the show, you just felt like that you knew them and you got to know a little bit about some of these guys, what they did for a living or whatever. You know, one of them used to come to the house in Santa Ana, California. Remember, his name's Giovanni, right, Goze?
Giovanni,
yeah. And then a couple, well, one came to the Junkie Gathering. The chef, Sam, the chef from Chicago. Mm-hmm. And then Rick Budo didn't take his own life, but he was lost earlier. Not necessarily because of an illness. He had an embolism. And Eddie. So that was sad, man. Eddie, yeah. Oh my God, that one was gruesome. Yeah. So then all of a sudden, you know, it was, we can say, near me, you know, and I just wonder, is there anything we can do to get you to somebody who may, you know, assist you with what you're going through or whatever? Because I think, you know, a lot of people obviously say this is just the way I choose to go. And then there's others that can actually pull through one way or another, you know, the same way you get through a vice, right? Like if you're addicted to drugs or alcohol or something, and there's people or programs that can help, same thing. Now, sometimes I think it's too trivial, or no, what's the right word? You know, they'll say somebody, they're gone too early, and then boom, they just post the number, and then it's like, on to the next fight. And I get it, it's a broadcast or whatever, but I don't know, conversations like this, who knows, someone can maybe reach out and say something. And but the world takes, Mom had a saying in Spanish, and it's somewhere along the lines of the world takes a lot of turns. You can have some dark times. It can be a day, a week, a month, and then all of a sudden the world really has the ability to dust you off and pick you up. But you also have to go out there, right, and put one foot in front of the next one and accept maybe what's holding you back and address it and fix it or whatever. And then all of a sudden you can be in a good place. Sometimes it's you meet somebody, right? Or sometimes it's you get a promotion or you get a job, or you turn to, you know, a different skill, a different trade, or you move away. And then all of a sudden, you know, you get to enjoy this beautiful life that a lot of us do get to enjoy. So I don't know. I hope people keep that in mind, to not just let dark times affect them, and give yourself a chance to pull through.
Yeah.
I notice that happens a lot with influencers. A lot of young influencers go early, and I don't know if it's because they get a taste of it too early, and then all of a sudden when people don't like or don't heart, or all of a sudden you're getting made fun of, or you get put on blast, and then all of a sudden the walls come crumbling. I just wonder if it's because too early in life everyone's picking you up, carrying you around, and telling you he's a jolly good fellow, and then when you stop hearing it, your world collapses a little bit, I guess.
I'd have to see some statistics, but I don't think. I think it's just more in front of us now with social media. Knowing these things as opposed to opening up the newspaper, reading. Oh, okay, this happened. With TMZ, all that stuff. I don't know. I remember in school a couple people losing some people that way, and yeah, it's unfortunate. It really is, but I'd have to look at that. See, they're already in the cage.
Yeah, Anthony Smith looks pretty emotional right now. His coach is talking to him. In fact, I'm looking at his right eye, and it almost looks like it's. Does he have already a little mouse there? See that? Is he got an injury or something?
I think it's just a scar.
Watch when you see his right eye. It looks like he's got a little bit of a mouse. See it? See it right there?
Maybe, yeah.
I wonder what that could have been like. Maybe in the back, two heads collided or something. I did say 6:35. Right now it's 6:38 on the dot. I think this fight will start around 6:40, so it will be cutting it close. If Smith were to prevail, I'm sure it'd be an interesting moment, for him to get the mic. He is a UFC guy, and here's what I mean by that. They think so highly of him. He holds a position as a host. He works with Michael Bisping on a podcast. He does work for SiriusXM Fight Nation. I think he still does. So he's highly thought of in the MMA circles. 34 years of age for Reyes, 36 for Smith, both 6'4", both weighed in at 205, a half-pound extras for Smith. Dominick Reyes has a 1-inch reach advantage. He comes in at 77 to Smith's 76. Bruce Buffer's jacket goes. We always talk about it. 1 to 10. What is it tonight?
7.5.
That's about a fair assessment. I was going to say about a 7.
It ain't bad though. I like it.
Just to put a cap, I didn't mean to obviously exclude some of the coaches that have also succumbed to that. Especially here in Vegas, there's been a few. I guess I was pointing out when it first started happening in our lives, and that was with the listeners. But yeah, it's been around us in MMA a bit.
A lot, yeah.
All right, folks, these are some light heavyweights that need to get on track if they're going to have any sort of a final run. Some of you might be giggling, thinking, a run? You got to be crazy. I get it. They're not close to a title. But I think everyone that's reached the height of them, both fighting for the title, think I'm only a couple fights from doing it again. But as you see, they're getting older. Hey, at least the boogeyman, John Jones, is out of the way, right? And it's kind of traded places a little bit. Although Alex Fajeda recently has kind of had a good hold on it. Here we go. They started at 640. Couple punches exchanged by each guy. Reyes coming in with a combo. Misses on both. Nice kick to the body, though, by Reyes. Nice jab by Reyes. Overhand right by Anthony Smith. These guys are off to an interesting start. Inside leg kick there by Reyes. Looked like Reyes threw a kick that Smith ducked his head into. Oh, Smith did get a takedown. Remember I said, watch if the fight gets to the ground. Smith's ground game is underrated, but he caught the leg, and he got Reyes to fall down, but Reyes popped up so quick, Smith wasn't able to capitalize on it.
I thought he was a little dazed, honestly. The way he went down was a little weird. And when he got up, I think maybe one of them shots on the way down that Reyes was giving him when he had the leg might have dazed him a little bit.
I think what happened was when Reyes kicked to the body, Smith was kind of leaning down and he almost ducked into the shin. So I think he took some of that. But he seems to be okay now. There's 3:40 left in the round one. They're both in the center of the octagon and they're both okay. Oh, nice overhand right there by Smith. He kind of ducked like he wanted to maybe go for a takedown again. I think I remember seeing Reyes a little leaner.
Reyes' reaction time is not really there. I think he just got poked.
I poked? What was that?
It looked like it.
Okay. Timeout. Mark Goddard says, Anthony, go to your neutral corner. And Reyes has got to shake off an eye poke here. Yeah, that's kind of hard to just stick out fingers and do that on purpose. I think he was just sticking his hands out, but not with the intention to poke. In slow motion, though, it all looks dirty, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he can continue. This doesn't look like it's too bad.
Yeah, it wasn't.
But remember, I said they're going to be up against the clock here. They usually like to start on time, but now ESPN handles it all. So if they start at 7:02 or 6:58 or 7, it all seems to be the same. In the past, though, when they were on In Demand, DirecTV, Dish Network, they wanted to start promptly at 7.
That poke is going to happen again. He keeps doing that.
And Smith had a nice right hand there after the touch of gloves as the fight has restarted. I've seen Smith more tentative in other fights, but he's going out there, man. Like Reyes is the one that's responsible for his friend.
I'm a little concerned the further this fight goes, though, because I think emotionally Anthony's just, rightfully so. He's been a little bit of a wreck, and I think that does a number on you.
See, the last fight Smith had, let me pull it up. Can't remember who it was, but I just remember him looking slower and me going, I don't know that he needs to be doing this too much longer because he just doesn't look the same. And then he was saying things like, I think my run's over, and Bisping had to scold him and say, I think it's been over, Mm-hmm. But it was Roman Dolidze. Oh, yeah, he didn't look good in the Dolidze fight. He looked good in the Petrino fight, and he decisioned Ryan Spann. I think it might have been after Roundtree. I can't remember, but right now he looks pretty sharp. Hell, I thought Reyes was the one that was closer to being out of the sport, and then all of a sudden he beats Dustin Jacoby, who's a pretty seasoned striker.
Ooh, nice kick from Reyes and a left hand. Yeah, that one shocked me. Jacoby's just hard, man. He's a good striker.
Anthony does a good job of covering up. He doesn't just give you an easy shot at the chin either.
He keeps leaving that left hand down, though.
So you see how he kind of keeps ducking into that kick? A la DC and Jones a little. It's almost like Reyes has a read on it because really Reyes is trying to go to the body, but Anthony keeps ducking into it kind of. Less than a minute here in round one. Pretty decent fight, to be honest.
Yeah, it ain't bad. Nice right hand from Anthony Smith.
But I'm telling you, if Landwehr and Choi and Mitchell and Gracie have shitty fights, they're going to hear about it. The UFC's going to hear about it. Especially with some of these names.
Reyes just
what is Anthony Smith doing there? Now he just leaves his face out. Cover up like you have been. Reyes just got like 3 clean shots in for free. Wow, Reyes is looking sharp now.
Well,
even though Anthony does a good job of covering up, he's catching him in between being covered up.
You know that quote from Anthony Smith that he doesn't care if he wins or loses? That can't be more evident right now.
Yeah. Because he's giving away free damage. Why do that? Actually, he could win this fight right now, Anthony Smith. I think he lost this round. But it was close. But I think he can win the fight. Like, I'm not seeing anything special out of Reyes either.
Reyes round, right?
Yeah.
What's live betting at? Did this really close? This closed at Reyes minus 900?
Let me check the live betting first. I don't know what it closed at.
When we put our bet in, I know it was a 900.
There's no way. Yeah. That must be live betting. Someone's feeding you that. Reyes is minus 1,005. Anthony Smith plus 420.
We got him at minus 450. Oh, nice. We didn't have live betting before here. That's cool.
He was talking about in between rounds, something about Mark Montoya. So I wanted to see what he was saying maybe about Smith.
He just looks like a guy that doesn't want to be there. Smith goes for a takedown. Right now, Reyes is fighting it off. Still on one leg, though. Nice elbow from Reyes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Anthony Smith better let go of this leg, man. I'm surprised he didn't cut him.
Let go of the leg. That's a lot of them. That's it.
IQ right here. Now he's got to hold on to the leg.
Pop up. Pop up. There you go. One knee is clearly down. But you got to pop up. You can't just take these. That's not going to do it either. If you're going to do something with it, okay. But see there? One of those just happens to hit you and you're blitzed. And I'll tell you what, Reyes hopefully doesn't gas. If Smith can turn on this single, I'm telling you, he's a pretty decent grappler, but these shots are just over and over. And covering up just isn't the answer. It's only the answer for one or two of them. But at some point, you have to do something. Exactly. Rogan's saying the same thing. You can't just accept that. For one, even if they don't hurt you, the ref can just go, you weren't intelligently defending yourself, and then that's that.
I mean, your brain is right there. You just can't let that happen over and over and over like that.
And there's still 2:24, 22, 20 left here in round 2. You're going to see a significant strike advantage of Reyes way up there, but a lot of them were elbows. Some were very punishing. Some didn't get all the way through. Smith is okay, it looks like. Now he's on his back, but Reyes isn't letting up. And I think Smith's best bet is to just get back to the feet and see what Reyes has left in his gas tank, because he's put out a lot.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look, Dominick, I think, looks pretty decent, but at the same time, Smith looks so bad that it's hard to even tell at this point. This is a 10-8, though. I'll tell you that.
I could agree with that. Goddard telling him, Anthony, get up.
I think if this were boxing, we'd see the towel come out from a corner.
Now there's a minute left. That's a lot of time to take some of these elbows. There's not much on him, but he's really looking and pointing at where he wants to throw him, and then he's boom, boom, dabbing him, dabbing him, dabbing him. And some are just kind of hitting him where that ear, where right behind the ear, and one or two of those is going to daze him. He's blocking a lot, don't get me wrong, but it's just a poor look.
I would be close to.
Oh, it looks like Smith could really just maybe mount some sort of a crazy comeback if, in fact, he didn't get dazed and he can just turn the corner. But every time he tries, Reyes is all over him. So credit to Reyes there. That's it.
But when's the last time he threw a strike? I was going to say, like, man, that was rough.
When they were standing, it was a decent fight, man. It sucks that he goes out like this, you know. The guys are saying he's overcome with grief. His heart is hurting. I get that. I really do. But in that first round, when he was teeing off on Reyes a little bit, he wasn't overcome with grief. He came to fight. It's just that at some point when things got dark in there, he didn't have it. But Reyes was relentless. I can't say that enough. It was either punches, elbows, forearms. He just kept coming, and he always had an answer for Smith every time it looked like Smith wanted to either turn into a single or get up and explode or change his position. Maybe it wasn't the worst thing in the world, but it was just a lot that we had to suffer through here.
This is the avenue, though. Like, you know, if you are stricken with grief and you're going to fight, this is where you let that out, right? Like, this is your avenue to let that out. And that's just not the Anthony Smith we're used to seeing.
So Reyes has won 2 in a row. Now we got to start talking about him. Hey, can you get back to a title shot? Remember, man, we thought he was up 3-0 on John Jones when he fought John Jones. Turned out he was only up 2-0 and he lost 3-2. But still, he had a good representation. And then after that, he loses 4 straight. Oh, no. 4, including Jones, but he lost to Blachowicz, Prochaska, and Span. Now, 2 of those guys became champ. No shame in that. But he was taking some vicious KOs, and we were all saying, should he be done? And then all of a sudden he beats Jacoby, now Anthony Smith. Okay, well, what you got?
They're kind of desperately trying to get the gloves off of him. So that might be the last time we see Anthony Smith. I'll say this. Look, for as much as I think this is probably a good decision, it is going to be very hard to walk away off of that performance.
Yeah.
For him, I think, as a competitor. I think he's going to go back and watch that and say, like, I don't want that to be how people remember me. Two in a row for Dominick Reyes. Anthony Smith has still not gotten up off the canvas. He's still on his knees. He just looks demoralized.
Yeah, but I think that's grief. I think he's okay from the fight. Dude, Oregon and Penn State are having a track meet. It's 31-24 at half.
Who's winning?
Georgia and Texas went into overtime, and neither team scored over 20. Oregon's winning. Well, it looks like it's all good between Reyes and Smith. I wasn't sure because Smith's a little sensitive at times. And Dom had said something like, "Hey, I know he's fighting with grief, but that ain't my problem," which seemed a little like,
a little cold.
Think he could have found an alternative set of words to say, we're fighting either way or whatever. But okay, Rogan's talking to Smith. He says, I don't know how many times I can do this. The guy he lost was his best friend. He thought he could push it down, but he was wrong. I don't know how many times I could keep fighting without my friend.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan says, "Well, is this the last time we'll see you?" And he goes, "I don't know," but his gloves are off. Says it has been a long road. He's going to think on it. Rogan says, "Whatever you choose to do, thank you very much for everything you've done in the sport." They show his family in the audience. Lovely family. What's he got? 4 daughters? That was real quick. I couldn't tell. Wow. Big family. He's on TV. He's on radio. He's got a podcast. He's respected, but it's tough. It's tough to make that decision.
Does Diego Lopez own a home? I feel like he's at every event, dude, no matter where the hell they go.
I agree. Oh, Jamal Hill's getting booed. He's not going to like that. Fans are fickle. He should just be a heel, don't you think?
I think
instead of trying to be liked.
He already is.
True. But he wants, what I mean is he should be a heel and just accept it. Instead, I think he's like, what's wrong with y'all? Like, I'm Jamal Hill for crying out loud. And I think at some point they're not feeling you. I think Chandler should just be a heel.
Chandler?
Yeah.
He's liked by a lot of people, though.
Dude, he was getting booed, man. An American against the Brazilian was getting way more over in New York than Chandler was. Chandler's a good person, but he says things that I think people think, well, why did he say that? That makes no sense. A case in point, he says, I think I can beat Oliveira 9 out of 10 times. I mean, at that point, you might say 8 out of 10 times, right? I just happen to be 0-2, but I can take them 8 straight, but even the math is off. So then it makes people say, wait, you're not even making sense. And what you showed us didn't lead us to believe that that's the case. But he really is a good person, but for some reason he just can't seem to get over. I don't know if it's because he's former Bellator and UFC fans are territorial. I thought when he beat Hooker, I thought he was pretty classy.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I think people like him still. So now we're switching over to the pay-per-view portion of the night.
So we got to switch to guys our stream.
Yeah.
All right. ESPN Plus.
What were you watching?
I was watching on ESPN Plus, but
all you gotta do is hit the back button.
It's different over here with this TV, I think.
Are you using the Cox remote?
Yeah, it never goes
There's
smooth.
a little button that you can hit that just takes you back.
ESPN Plus. I'll just start over. And then we got to line up and everything. If I can hit under 2.5 in Choi Landwehr, it'll bring me back a little bit on the gaming side.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if Clemson can still keep this ass whooping going, that'll help. And I need Oregon to win. Then I'll be smiling a little bit. Goze and I on Mondays, we host Spinning Back Click. And so basically, coming off a weekend, we discussed the biggest story from the past week, fight bookings, the legal stuff that happens in our sport, injuries, controversies, whatever, things like that, drama between fighters.
Oof.
And then we'll talk about the results from the past weekend, and then we'll also look forward to the next week. So it's a 1-hour show every Monday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. It's called Spinning Back Click. Check it out. It's available here on this YouTube channel. That's why I tell you guys, subscribe to the channel in addition to hitting the like button. And if you hit that little bell, it'll tell you when we're on live. But I'm telling you right now, it's noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, live. And you can follow along with the chat room, and there's a lot of people that come in there every week and we hang out. And of course, if you can't, it's available on replay. You can also catch it through Facebook. And you can catch it live through Facebook. So many ways to get it. It's also available in podcast form. Same way our show, MMA Junkie Radio, is. You can go to Omni, which is our home podcast platform. But most people go to Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, and Spotify, and we're there too. So Spinning Back Clicks there, and so is Junkie Radio. And there's a new addition to MMA Junkie. We have Overreaction Time, and that's Tuesdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Our managing editor, Simon Samano, hosts that. It's about 30 minutes long. They discuss the different topics. Simon makes a statement, maybe a hipster comment, pick, or whatever, and then you got to tell him, man, you're tripping. You're overreacting, or I'm feeling you, and you give him a fist bump. But it's been fun, and a lot of people accepted it and liked it, and I think they're doing a great job with it. That's, again, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Tuesdays. Overreaction Time. I'm not sure, but is that one on podcast yet, Goze? Do you know?
I don't. I do know that this week will be Mike Bond, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mike Bond will be the guest for Overreaction. And Spinning Back Click will be myself, George, Matt Wells, and Nolan King.
Right now I'm watching a halftime show before I change it to the this is going to be real quick. It's one of those Dr. Pepper challenges, goes for like $1 million, I think. You got a couple jabronis here wearing Dr. Pepper jerseys. I love Dr. Pepper, by the way.
They got to throw
It's
the
Miller
ball
versus
through a tire or
Ajani.
something?
Yeah, they got to throw it through a hole of a Dr. Pepper can. One guy's a lefty,
What?
one guy's a righty.
Oh, okay.
Oh, one guy's kind of like shot putting it almost. No one's got an arm. One guy's got an arm. It's a horrible arm. Hey, the shot put guy's not bad. He's doing it with two hands. He
I
might
could
be
see
onto
two hands.
something.
Yeah. How far away are they?
5 yards.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah.
I think you throw
Wow.
that. Well, shot put. So you just go like that, right? Almost like a two-handed pass in basketball.
You know when you see those strength and conditioning coaches on Embedded and somebody's grabbing a ball with two hands and throwing it against the wall? That's what he looked like. And he's flexing. Woo! Bitch, you use two hands to throw a football 5 yards away. You ain't that hard. Ooh, he's going to win $100,000 though. He looked like a sissy, goes. This pisses me off, man.
I want to kick a field goal. I haven't kicked a field goal in a really long time.
This is ridiculous. Two-handed footballs he was throwing. Oh my God, it looked awful. I wish I hadn't seen it. I could see it. No, I couldn't see it because if the football is further away, you just wouldn't be able to get much on it throwing it that way. But
George, you won the last fight, so you keep going.
ESPN Plus. Okay, who we at? Is it this Choi Landwehr fight?
Yeah.
Take the under, folks. Can we take the under, Goze, or do you need a name?
Give me a name and the under.
Boy, hadn't thought of that much. I'm gonna go with Choi. Landwehr's too easy to hit.
Really? He's at plus 115. Landwehr is minus 140. Interesting. Okay.
One of these dogs has to hit, no?
Yeah, you would think. Somebody asked in the chat a little while ago. I would say the name, but I don't remember. But they asked, what do you rate this card at? I said B+. And it's only because in the large scheme of things, like rankings wise, so far none of the fights have really mattered too much. But it's been an entertaining card. I'll give you that. And I think it's only going to get better. I think at the end of the night, we're going to have an A. How about you?
Well, some of these guys like Reyes and Smith, I know Smith's going through something. Your Guidas, your Chiesas, yeah, some of them might be towards the end, but they're names we care about. So you care to see them win or care to see them lose? Are they at their best, at their primes, at their peaks? Probably not. But because of that, we're interested. They pull you in. You want to see the result. It's not like when you see two names that you don't recognize, you're like, you know what? I'm going to go grab us dinner. I'll be back, and you don't mind missing 1 out of 14. But that they did a good job in that regard of going good matchups, known names, Anders, Weidman, Joshua Van, Cody Durden. So right now I'm sitting at a solid B because I haven't been like blown away just yet. Maybe even a B+. I can easily get to an A because we're getting some better fights, but bear in mind, and I hate to keep beating this dead horse, Choi Landwehr and Gracie and Mitchell, I'm not fired up about it at all. So that B+ could easily slide into C+.
I'm fired up about this one just because I know it's going to be a bloodbath. I know these two are going to destroy each other.
Yeah, well, it's their chance to really, really shine. Here's another thing. Ian Garry, he does know how to rock the boat, stir the pot, whatever you want to call it. But remember, he runs a lot too. And this is the 30-foot octagon, and he uses every inch of it. He's got long legs, and so when he wants to go sideways, he can. But sometimes it looks like he's avoiding the action. And look, he's smart. He doesn't want to go there and just go tit for tat with these guys that might pack more power. He's going to use length, his ability to come in and strike like a cobra and get out or whatever. But there are a lot of times when he's run and the crowd don't like it. I don't like it. I'm sure he knows Shavkat pretty good because they both used to train. Well, Shavkat, I think, still does over at Kill Cliff. So there's history there. But he's a good heel. I think he wants to be liked, but he also doesn't mind being booed either. So that should be fun. But that fight could be, you never know. We don't know what Asakura is going to be like coming over from Ryzen. So they're playing with fire a little bit.
He may not be competitive, but he's going to make it fun. I mean, even if, trust me, I think that's what's going to get him in trouble with Pantoja. I think he's just too aggressive. But I honestly think this is going to be, I don't want to jinx it, but I think it's going to be a really good card. Main card.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to go in with a positive attitude. But like I said, I just, I don't know. I don't want to just say this because I don't like talking out of my ass, but it just feels like they did Weidman a little dirty, Sterling a little dirty, and I don't know if it's because in the past they haven't been easy to work with, so this is their chance to even things out. And trust me, that would not shock me. Now, not because of those two guys in particular, but because of the stories we hear behind the scenes. Some guys are just think about how unbearable Mohammed Mokaev must be if they decided to part ways with it. He's like 10-0, 6-0 in the UFC. He's a Dagestani fighter, however, who moved to England years ago. So he speaks good English. He kind of has good smack talk. But yet the UFC said, man, we're good. Peace out. It's not even it's a shallow division too.
Yeah, that one made no sense. Okay, I'm looking at the crowd right now. It's not a ghost town, but there are a lot of empty seats. Especially in one section, which is predominantly, I think, the one where the UFC gives away tickets.
They don't do the Twitter thing anymore, huh?
Nah, it's been a while for that.
Did you like the Twitter thing?
Hell yeah. Although it got pretty nuts at one point. I remember they would just go, how many you want? You could go 10, and they'd go, here you go, partner.
I don't think it was that bad.
Dude, I saw that plenty of times.
Okay, let's explain what the Twitter thing is, because this is something that literally started 10 years ago, maybe 12. Dana White, every card, no, I hate saying every and never. Dana White quite often would give tickets away via Twitter. So what he would say is, hey, if you're at Dave & Buster's on the Las Vegas Strip, meet me there at 5. I'll have some tickets. And at first it was kind of like, whoa, whoever was lucky enough to be there while Dana was there for 10 minutes, got some tickets, and that was it. It was just a quick story. But then it became a thing where now people were stalking Dana White's Twitter handle, his bodyguard, asking questions. People would become teams. Like I remember one time he said, I'll be at the Adidas outlet store, but he didn't specify whether it was going to be the South outlets, which if you're familiar with Vegas, I'm talking about the ones by the Silverton, south of Mandalay Bay, where the South Point Arena is. But then there's also some that are north, like you're headed towards downtown. And so you'd have teams of people saying, all right, I'll go to the north one, you go to the south one. And you got to park your car, right, in the structure, walk, and then just wait for him to tweet it. And anyway, this thing got pretty fun, honestly, at times. But I remember there was one in Anaheim, and he went to an outlet store, and he said something like, hey, if you're at Adidas, Nike, at the outlets, I'm here. And I mean, there was a lot of people gathered because I think they heard it was going to be the outlet store, and so they all kind of gathered, and everyone ran in a direction where it looked like a riot, right?
Yeah, I remember that one.
And everybody would look for it like an SUV with tinted windows and try and recognize faces, and it was like stalking, basically.
Yeah. The one at the block, that one was pretty nuts. There was one at MGM where Mandalay, where he did it at the very end where the shark reef is. And that one I remember, like, a lot of people, especially older people, kind of had to take cover a little bit because of just the wave of people that were running in that direction.
Well, he should have done it for this fight, right?
Yeah.
I think his strategy was just, I don't want to see empty seats, so I'd rather give them away. And then I don't know why he stopped doing it. I don't know if this was around the time when Zuffa got bought out by WME, IMG, and maybe they said it's a bad look or money's money or whatever. But if I had to guess, about 8 years ago is when they sold the company, and that's about when they stopped this, correct or no?
I think they were just kind of like starting to sell tickets, I think is basically what it came down to. But to your other point, he's just talked so much shit, especially about PFL, that I don't think he would ever do it anymore, you know?
Even with all the records they've broken and all that?
I mean, he just finished making fun of them that they can't fill up their arenas. Like, for him to be tweeting away tickets now, I think he would probably look pretty stupid.
So you saw someone come up to him and go, when they said how many you need, the guy went 10.
Dude, I saw it
That's a lot.
probably twice in one run, but at least maybe even every single time that I went, I saw somebody do that. And they never even gave him like 10. Come on, buddy, it's a long line. Like they just went, here you go.
I think his bodyguard at the time was that Hawaiian guy, right? The big guy. I think his name was not Kakoa, because it was something like that. But I know that we know another Kakoa who passed away. It was a guy that we knew well, but it was Kai. Was it Kai? Is that what you said?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going with Choi, and hey, it's basically a coin flip. Landwehr's minus 135, Choi's plus 110. Landwehr we used to cover when he was with M1. We haven't said the words, the word and letter M1 in a while either. How we goes?
No.
That was Vadim Finkelstein's promotion. We haven't said his name in a while. That was Fedor Emelianenko's longtime manager, even before Jerry Millen, who's the guy he wound up with at the very end. But
did you see where he would fight for M1? The locations,
Siberia and stuff like that.
Dude, it was like in the middle of a mountain range. It was the weirdest thing ever. It looked kind of cool, but just very, very odd spots.
Whoever sent you that picture, can they send you another picture?
Look, right now there you could see it. It's a little bit more filled up, but no, I just saw it off of social media. But yeah, look, there's still a lot of holes everywhere. But it ain't a ghost town either.
Should the UFC have just stuck with January 31st or December 31st, or as close as they could to the end of the year? They used to do it like the 30th, the 31st. That was a reason to come to Vegas, party, you know. Or do you like that they do it in mid-December and then kind of they go away for the end of December and the early part of January, and yet
I kind of like that.
Can breathe a little.
I think it was just the card, that hurt him a little bit.
Now, what if Bilal was still on it? Bilal versus Shavkat. I'm not sure that saves it.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
So I don't think Vegas is fizzling. Do you think the UFC just needed a star or something?
Yeah. So, I mean, you're going up against so much, right around this time too.
Is there something to be said for not seeing Ariane and Brittany and Jenny and like some of these new ring card girls? They haven't really landed, huh? Like the other ones did. Luciana won the other day, but I bet you a lot of people couldn't point her out. Oh, yeah, nice uppercut by Choi.
They were
so we need to line up. Goze. Has your fight started yet or no?
Yeah, I'm at 52, 51, 50, 49.
Okay, let me do the quick pause.
Choi's aggressive.
Yeah, that was an uppercut from hell. Oh, he just pushed down Landwehr. Sorry. South Korea's produced some good athletes over the years, not just in MMA, but in boxing, and other Olympic sports. Some have wrestled. Nice kick there. Taekwondo, obviously.
Is Nate still dazed, or is he just slow, or what's going on? But he's just
Something. Oh, another uppercut by Choi. Remember, I said Landwehr sometimes can be easy to hit, but right now he's showing good mechanics. He's covered up, but the Choi's going right through the middle. But a lot of times Landwehr gets carried away with talking and putting his hands down. Oh, Choi is really accurate. He just hurt Landwehr again. Like he's literally hit him 3 or 4 times where he's rocked him pretty good. But Landwehr, I think, is showing a decent amount of a chin because he hasn't gotten like wobbly knees or anything. He's just been kind of jolted back. Choi hit him with some leg kicks. Now he's got him on the ground. Oh, sorry. Yep, yeah, he does have him on the ground. Landwehr's on knees. He's kind of in the child's pose if you know yoga. And now he's looking to get back up. He is on one leg. Choi brings him back down. 256, 255 left here in round 1. Choi's got his back, but no hooks. Landwehr doing a good job of grabbing Choi by the wrist, and the ref's there to make sure that no one's grabbing inside the glove or nothing like that. So he's got his hands trapped a little bit. Choi can't do anything with those hands, but Landwehr can't do anything either. Okay, now Choi's trying to get underneath the neck, and he does have both hooks in. But Landwehr looks to stand up right now. Choi's not letting him. Now he's got his back with 213, 212, 211, 210 left. They're both seated against the cage. And Choi just let go of one of his hooks. So that gives Landwehr an opening.
Look at their body language, though. Like, Landwehr seems to already be breathing heavy. Choi seems very, very chill.
So Landwehr did a good job of getting up. He took advantage of the fact that there wasn't a second hook. But when he got up, he got struck. And now they're standing in the middle of the cage. He just looks like half a step slow.
Yeah,
Choi looks crisp.
He keeps allowing Choi to throw on him. He just covers up and comes forward, covering up. That doesn't really make much sense. You got to throw something. See, every time he comes forward, he covers.
Yeah, Landwehr's got a good cover, and Choi's doing a good job of coming over the top and then going up the middle. So it looks bizarre because you really can't say, hey, Landwehr, get your hands up. They are up, but Choi's just being very accurate where he's finding spots. Behind the ear, he just caught him on the left ear.
But his entire defense is covering up, and none of it has to do with getting out of the way or moving your head. Circling.
Decent body shot there by Choi. 45 seconds here left in round 1. 31 of 56 to 7 of 19. Oof. So Choi definitely more accurate and more active. Landwehr's got a lot to shake off before they get into round 2, if he can make it to round 2. But there's about 30 seconds left, so I think he'll be all right. But he's gotten hit, man, pretty square in the face a few times.
It's an important fight for a guy like Landwehr, you know, being that first fight on a pay-per-view. It's basically his style that has kind of earned him his spot. But he's not.
Great elbow by Choi.
Another elbow. Choi's kind of got away from that kick that he was throwing to the calf.
Yeah.
Good first round for him, though.
Oh, he's with MMA Masters, huh? Okay. That's Colby's team right there that you're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what one of those guys' names is, but he used to have a ponytail. Looks like the ponytail might be gone, but Valverde's the other guy.
It's up there.
Ooh, that calf kick's nice by Choi. Let's see. This will be a good reset for Landwehr, but I'm telling you, from like 10 seconds in, Choi was all over him. And I think Landwehr was just half a step, half a second behind on everything. Well, I haven't been disappointed, so I'll own it,
Well, you can have one of these fights, but not two. Like this one we get. They're just going to throw, they're going to do this. Doesn't really do much in the sense of rankings, right? Right now, Choi and Landwehr are teeing off. It's the other one. It's the Bryce Mitchell fight that just was completely out of place.
Great calf kick there by Choi. Goes, let me ask you a question. If you were to say, I'm paying for these fights, you're right. You're paying $80 for the pay-per-view. Could the UFC say, shut up? You're paying for the title fight and the co-main. Everything else we sprinkle in, but you're really paying for the other two. What would you say? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It's not even so much the money anymore. It's the time that you put into watching all of this. And overall, I'm happy with it overall. Like what my Saturday is going to be like, I'm fine with that.
Some of it's got to be status, though. Let me give you an example. Weidman's a former champion. Sterling's a former champion. They're both winding down their careers.
Ooh.
Guida and Chiesa have been around for a while.
But they're not high level anymore.
Dominick, Reyes, they're not that 4 p.m. fighter, man. These other guys. In fact, let's just talk about what we were talking about earlier. The arena not being that full. Why should the arena not see those names fight who they're used to seeing versus these guys? Great takedown by Choi. I think Choi's just a better martial artist all the way around. He seems to be better everywhere. He's faster, more accurate, has more power. He's out grappling Landwehr.
Landwehr just seems to be overwhelmed.
And now he's mounted Landwehr. Well, he wants to set up an arm triangle, it looks like, but Landwehr reads it, although he's giving up his back. And now he's taking some ground and pound. Remember, the under was the call here. I wouldn't mind an under. Whoever wins, wins, but I'll take an under. 2 hooks are in right now as Choi attacks Landwehr. He's looking to flatten him out. Now this is a tough spot for Landwehr. He does regain being on his knees. He's no longer flat. He's flat again. Sorry. Trying to keep up here with the action. Choi's still on top. Only 1 hook is in right now. 2 minutes, over 2 minutes are left here in round 2. Let's see if we can get under on that neck. Landwehr's doing a good job of protecting himself. He's turtling up kind of. Choi might be a little high right now as he's trying to flatten out Landwehr. Either way, we're seeing a mauling. Choi's just beating Landwehr everywhere in this fight.
He's just completely overwhelmed right now. Like he's on the defensive the whole time. And look at Choi. He's not even breathing heavy.
Landwehr just tried to go in for a single, and Choi wasn't having it. Choi was slow in getting up, and Landwehr almost beat him to a spot where he could have stole on his jaw. Now they clinch up, and Choi puts him back down on his back rather easily, too.
What was the over-under, George?
2.5 rounds. So it's got to be done by halfway between in the 3rd round.
Landwehr keeps grimacing like he's hurt or something. Like a rib, maybe, or...
He's definitely getting outclassed. So this fight could end at any time. And if he goes the distance, he should be happy with himself. But to me, it seems like Choi could end this fight before that time is up that I mentioned. Now there's only 34, 33, 32, 31, 30 seconds left here. In round 2, they're back to their feet in the middle of the octagon. Let's see if Choi just brings them down.
I think he's going to go for a ride again.
Choi puts Landwehr up against the fence. Crowd starting a soccer chant. They will go to the third round here. This one's starting to wind down. I think Goze is right. I'm seeing a lot of grimacing out of Landwehr. I don't know if it's frustration or what, but it looks like something might be hurting him. He kind of grimaces, right?
Yeah, it's like when he turns. I think it might be a rib or something, maybe.
Well, let's see what live betting has him at. I can't imagine this will be good news here. If you're looking to bet Choi, he's got to be clearly up 2 rounds. Choi minus 4,365. The Landwehr plus 755. And I'm telling you, a couple of those takedowns, Landwehr went for a ride. Save $10 on UFC 311, 311. Offer ends January 13th. ESPN's been doing that as of late. Go to espnplus.com/pay-per-view. I'm not trying to give them free promotion, but I'm just trying to save everyone $10. If you know you're going to get it, you might as well save the 10. Oh, look at Landwehr's just swinging really slow and wild goes. Choi just ducks out of it. He's already served him up with a calf kick. I think Choi should just finish him because he can. And your bosses would thank you, right, for rewarding him for putting him on this main card here.
Yeah. Ooh, you take a little knee there?
He did look like he went for a takedown and took a knee. This is going to help the under because now they're on the ground grappling, and he was kind of teeing him up on the feet. Four minutes left here in round 3. 90 seconds left here if you have the under. Choi's on top in side control. He has trapped one arm. This could lead to a stoppage. Here comes some elbows.
So. If he can hold on to that arm.
Unanswered elbows might do it. There's one. There's another one. Landwehr's tough, though. He's not a face model, so I don't think he cares if he gets cut up. But he's doing a good job of not letting Choi get off. Couple punches here and there. He still has the arm trap. The ref could just have mercy on him. But now we're down to 3:10. There's 40 seconds left to get this stoppage. Joe Rogan's saying this could be it. Oh, but now the ref is kind of crowding over. And Landwehr still can't seem to shake this. But he's not getting repetitive hits.
Mm-hmm.
And Dooho Choi is still controlling him. He did cut him, though. Oh, here we go. No, Landwehr's still fighting that off. 44, 43, 42, 40, 10 seconds ago. We're going to hit the under. It ain't going to happen, folks. 35, 34. Oh, the fight goes over. But Choi will win.
Unless there's a miracle. This is a 10-8, right?
Right. Wow. He just keeps doing the same thing. He's got one arm trapped with his legs. And then he just keeps either dropping punches or elbows, and Landwehr can't get out of it. And they keep spinning around and around and around. Now we're down to 145. It's been the same position for like 3 minutes. Now, none of them have sliced them. Oh, that's it. The referee saying, I've seen enough.
Damn.
it wasn't necessarily like he sliced them and bruised them or anything, because he couldn't get a clean shot because Landwehr was doing a good job of being kind of squirmy. So every time Choi would line him up and say, "Okay, I got you, bitch," and he'd cock back, oh, Landwehr would twist again. So they had to do the whole thing. So he never really got the cleanest shots off, but I think it was just enough of a, hey, bro, you ain't getting out of this. It was a merciful stop there by the referee. Who was that? Keith Peterson goes? No, I'm sorry, Chris Tione. Yeah, and it was probably right.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. I mean, that was one hell of a beatdown. I can't wait to see him fight again, though.
Choi?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. But I think Landwehr finally told us tonight, that's it. Like, you can cash some more checks. You know, you can fight other guys, but I don't think you're ever going to be a world champion. That happens a few times for card. Some guys they admit it, like Anders admitted it. He goes, I got a few more left. I know I'm not chasing a belt. I just want to get some fights. Go out on my own terms. I'll give you an example. If Gane were to beat Volkov, I think Volkov would go, yeah, I'm probably not going to be a world champ, but I'll still fight a few more times. Smith might have just told us that a little while ago. Had Vicente Luque lost to Themba Gorimbo, he might have said the same thing. Like, hey, I want to keep fighting, but, you know, I'm probably not going to be a champion. Randy Brown might be saying that. And he was 19-5 going in, but if he can't get past Brian Battle, he's not going to do anything against the Shavkats of the world, you know, and anyone else.
We got a translator. There we go. That translator's barber's praying he doesn't get a shout out, huh?
Who?
The translator's barber.
Yeah, that's awful. I think I need to turn off one of the lights here. But it provides light for me, but I'm getting a glare here.
Well, you're kind of on a roll. I mean, isn't that 3 straight?
I did say Reyes. I did not say Luque, I don't believe.
Nah, you talked me out of that.
So Reyes and Choi. Next up is easily Bryce Mitchell. Don't you think?
Yeah. That would be Bryce Mitchell minus 1,000. Kron Gracie at plus 650.
Yeah, you'd have to be a maniac to bet Kron Gracie. Sucks because I was excited when he came to the UFC. He was a decorated grappler, but the striking just was never up to par. Kron Gracie by decision plus 1,800. Kron Gracie by TKO or KO plus 3,300. Kron Gracie by submission plus 1,600. Bryce Mitchell by submission plus 500. So they're saying it's more likely that Mitchell would submit Gracie, showing me those types of odds. I think Mitchell's going to win a decision, honestly.
You think that was good enough for a bonus?
Maybe.
Finish
Look at
would have been
Choi's
nice,
face right
though.
now. Doesn't he look like he could be your friendly neighbor?
Yeah.
Like he could knock on your door and go, "Hey, can I borrow your, one of your power tools or something?" And you go, "Yeah, here, bring it back, whatever."
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't look ferocious.
No, not at all.
Let me look here. Who do we have? Taylor Lewin, busting with the boys. Rob Van Dam, I remember him.
Oh, nice.
He's been on our show before. Bo Nickel. That's JY with Kelvin Gastelum, right? Or no?
Nah, I don't know.
That wasn't Kelvin Gastelum?
I don't think so.
Or were you so focused on JY you didn't even pay attention to who was next?
Nah, that couldn't have been him. They should have messed around a little bit and moved that camera over on Patchy Mix. Put a little pressure on Bellator.
Oh, what did you say? So Tatiana Suarez versus Zhang Weili?
In Australia.
Okay.
That's a fight right there.
Yeah. I did not hear that one. I thought I perused Junkie. Or maybe they're breaking the news here right now. I don't know. I perused Junkie before the show, and I don't remember seeing that. Oh, look. Du Plessis against Sean Strickland is the main event at UFC 312 in Sydney, Australia. The co-main event is Zhang Weili against Tatiana Suarez. Check out the UFC, Goze, coming back with multiple title fights at UFC 311 in January. Makhachev and Dvalishvili defending their belts. And then at 312, Du Plessis against, and Zhang Weili.
I thought Sean's whole thing was he didn't want to leave the country to fight.
I know, yeah. But I think they told him, listen, homeboy's breathing down your back, Khamzat Chimaev, man. We can easily go with that fool if you ain't signing.
Yeah.
And then what are you gonna do? Yeah, go with him. I mean, you're not gonna give up a title shot, right? In fact, Sean Strickland won his title in Australia, so he knows he can do it. He's just fighting a different opponent now. He's fighting a guy that he went to a split decision against. Okay.
Good matchups though.
What do you think if
I love that backdrop.
What do you think if Dana White? If John Anik would have said, "With that, let's go inside the octagon," and then Dana White goes, "What's up, everybody?" Okay, the crowd's gonna cheer. Hey, thanks for coming out. We've had an exciting year, and guess what? I want to treat you guys to some breaking news. Why wouldn't you want to break it on this broadcast? Like him, though. And get the crowd fired up. And if both of them happen to be there, Zhang Weili and Tatiana, they face off. And if not, I don't think Du Plessis in there, right? I don't think Strickland's in there. We saw what happened the last time they were together. But still, I think he could say it and say, we still got some title fights. Enjoy it. Don't forget the after parties over here. I mean, maybe he's past that. Maybe he feels like he's past that. But
I think that as an organization, they might be past that. I think on pay-per-view and then you flash it up in the arena, something like that. Unless it's like a killer matchup. But the crowd, you have to have a big crowd, I think.
now one could argue, well, aren't you past looking for a fight? I mean, you got your own contender series. Do we really need the other one?
Yeah, but it kind of goes under the radar.
Damn, Kron Gracie by submission just dropped.
All right, so one fight in. Next up is a fight that a lot of us are puzzled why we're even seeing this right now, but we'll make the best of it. And then we're going to get to some pretty good ones, I think. There's Pantoja walking into the arena.
Alexandre. I finally figured out why they call him that. It is spelled R-E at the end instead of E-R, so he's not an Alexander. But I remember there used to be a grappler named Sanjay Ribeiro.
Mm-hmm.
So now I figured out why they started saying Alexandre. So they're just going with A-L-E, Alexandre. I always found it so hard to pronounce. I just thought, you could still say Alexander Pantoja.
Kron Gracie.
Look at Anik, just lying to the audience. A fascinating matchup, he called it.
But
you know what?
The thing about him though is if you like say at the World MMA Awards, right? When we were at the bar, you can tell him that and he'll laugh and he'll totally go like, "What do you want from me, dude?" Like
Exactly. No, I hear
what
that.
I like
Yeah.
about him. Do you kind of miss when they show old highlights when they're building up a fight and they have their fight banners, their old shorts?
A little bit.
I saw one of these that they did earlier tonight where Big John was a ref.
The last time I remember Big John reffing was, well, for one, I know he did Conor McGregor against Eddie Alvarez in 2016. And then in 2017, I know he worked at Bellator for about 5 years. So he must have stopped around 2017, I think. Like somewhere in the summer of 2017. All right, here we go. Alexandre. Oh, no. What am I saying? Kron Gracie against Bryce Mitchell. Gracie's coming off 2 losses in a row, scattered over the last 5 years, and he's coming to face Bryce Mitchell, who's coming off being the recipient of what should have been the knockout of the year.
He's got Nate
That's
Diaz
keeping
in
it
his
real
corner
there.
too.
What?
He's got Nate Diaz in his corner for this one.
That's his boy for sure, but I'll be happy if it's a good fight, but I think the most important stat he has is he's the son of Rickson Gracie, who at one point was literally considered the best Gracie ever out of all the Gracies in jiu-jitsu.
Mm-hmm.
For sure, he's on the Mount Rushmore
Of Gracie's, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the way jiu-jitsu evolved, I'm not so sure that even Prime Rickson would have done anything with these guys now. And that's fine.
Yeah, that's to be understood. You know, say what you will about like his fighting career and his record and all that, but I remember some pretty decent high level MMA guys and grapplers saying they rolled with him and said, "Hey, the guy was no joke."
Yeah, but I'm talking about like They're the Gordon Ryans and the
Right.
Nicky
But like
Romero.
even you kind of question, like, you go, all right, come on, man, you really 400-0? Did you really fight that good quality guys when you did fight MMA? The one thing that was never questioned was the height of his grappling.
Oh yeah. No, I agree. I agree with that. Who's your Mount Rushmore of just Gracie's in jiu-jitsu?
In jiu-jitsu, not combat.
Well, combat, all right.
Well, you gotta have Hoist, you gotta have Hickson, you
I
gotta have
agree.
Henzo.
I'm not sure.
He fought everyone though.
He fought but there's only 4. And there's something to be said for what Helio did. Fighting in front of thousands at Maracanã, guys that outweighed him, and the impact, I guess, that he had, using smaller man leverage. Hodger Gracie was very respected.
Half was a maniac.
Who?
Half Gracie was a maniac when he fought.
Yeah, and then they had a guy named Holes Gracie, who they said was Hickson's mentor, but he died in a hang gliding accident in the mid-'80s. But everyone brings up his name. And then there was Carlson Gracie, who avenged Helio Gracie's loss to Santana, I believe was his name. There's a lot of great stories about the origins of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, the different Gracie factions, and then the different Jiu-Jitsu teams that came from all that, like Brazilian Top Team, for example. But all this stuff is 30 years old, but it was fascinating back then. But if you're into the history of martial arts and all that, look at the genesis of the Gracies and what they did with the early UFCs and the roles that they had and some of their fighters. The only Gracies that I know that still fight now are this guy and Neiman, right? Over at PFL Tour.
Yeah.
I don't know any others that are still fighting. There used to be a guy named Daniel Gracie. I'm pretty sure he's done. Cesar Gracie once fought Frank Shamrock in front of 19,000 in San Jose. That didn't go too well. And then they all have very successful jiu-jitsu schools, affiliate schools, and all that.
Bruce Buffer's doing the introductions right now. So we're close here to our second fight of the night.
Looks like there's a good crowd there from that angle. No nonsense. Keith Peterson is your referee. That is Vanessa, right? Ring card girl Vanessa.
Yep.
Bryce Mitchell against Kron Gracie. If it hits the ground, maybe it'll be exciting. I mean, Evloev and Sterling was pretty decent on the ground, to be fair.
Do you at any time get a kick out of Bryce Mitchell, or is he just played out for you? Nice leg kick by Bryce Mitchell. Punch to the body.
It's a good question. Look at this. They're grappling now. Now, Kron Gracie is an Abu Dhabi world champion, so that's probably the highest level of just submission grappling. But I've seen a lot of these guys also lose, get dominated, even submitted. Fluffy Hernandez submitted Rodolfo Vieira. I think most of that was from exhaustion, though. So we'll see what happens, but at least Kron Gracie here has more of a chance than if they were. Well, I'm acting like Bryce Mitchell's some world-class kickboxer, but Gracie's striking so bad that.
I like that Bryce has spent a lot of time in Vegas. think there's only so much you can get done there on the farm. Full guard here from Gracie.
Going back to Bryce Mitchell, yeah, I guess when they've shown his farm, it's been fun and interesting, but he says so many outlandish things that I'm over him. He doesn't want to wear a seatbelt. That's the latest one.
I grew up most of my life not wearing one, but yeah, that's pretty dumb. I think if you told kids nowadays that we used to jump in the back of trucks and that was just okay. Could we go on the freeway like that? I don't even remember. Were you allowed to do that?
I think I saw it at one point, but yeah, it was that one they shut down pretty quick. People used to ride motorcycles without helmets. People used to throw trash out of their car. People used to smoke on planes. a lot of crazy stuff happened.
Don't you remember like football games or baseball games? Just a bunch of you jumping in the back of a truck and everybody just finding a spot, and that's how you got to the game.
Oh yeah, the fans are booing.
That one's on the UFC. This was a
Gracie's got a closed guard, so he's not even okay. Now he opened his guard. Let's see if he's interested in at least getting out of that. Right now, it looks like he's just waiting to get stood up. And more than likely, he'd probably say, "Hey, I was waiting for the ref to stand up." Like a lot of these fighters don't even know the rules of the game that they fight in or participate.
And this is supposed to be Gracie 2.0. Like this is him learning from the last fight. I don't get what his strategy is here. He's not really looking to go after an arm or anything. He's just kind of closed guard and not doing much.
I know Joe Rogan, when he was still in LA, it was one of his dreams to have Rickson Gracie on the show. And he finally was able to have it happen, and it was through having, I think, his son on. Oof. But I don't know that Joe's trained much jiu-jitsu in the last few years. I think he had some injuries, and then he started, hunting and bow and arrow, and then the podcast blew up. I think he's got kids. And I'm not sure he ever shook off those injuries, although I did see him go through some recent workouts, and it looks like he's okay, but seems to be a beast with them kettlebells.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this, still a closed guard.
It's just Bryce Mitchell throwing, body, head, going for a can opener for a second. Kron's not really doing anything. Does he have like a Michael Strahan mouthpiece in or something? What is that?
No idea. Okay, dude, what are you gonna do here? What's either one? I mean, I guess Bryce can say, "I'm trying to punch downward."
I don't want to see 2 more rounds of this. I remember this is Kron taking it to the ground.
On the look how he gets up too. Who's supposed to get pumped up about the next round? It doesn't look like he wants to be there, or it doesn't look like he's going to have the answers. What he should have told him was, if he takes you down again, get up.
In the chat, they're making a point of how did we not get a stand-up that was just too long. I will say this. He didn't try an advanced position. There were no threats from the bottom. It's really not the craziest thing.
All right. So a lot of refs will stand it up if there's just no action. But what the rules state that the refs are looking for is for the bottom guy to be trying to get up. In this instance, he wasn't trying to get up. He closed his guard. He hadn't even opened his guard. So he wasn't really trying to even get up. So now the onus is really on the guy on top. If he stops doing anything, then yeah, they will stand him up. But just if you're on the bottom and you lock down the guy, that's not enough.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there you go. Kron lands the left hand. I think he's already tired, George. Look at his legs. This is not a good look at all.
Hopefully Mitchell at least. Hopefully someone finishes somebody. There you go. Look at that. Just accepted it. Didn't even go for a guillotine. He just pulled him down into his own guard. Now look, he's safe. He's okay. This ain't no warrior spirit.
You know what the worst scenario is in all of this? If Kron were to submit him.
Well, at least try it, right? He hasn't thrown his legs up at all, even to threaten with a triangle or an arm bar. Look, what's he doing?
His hips have just stayed in the same spot. Like he's a statue down there.
Joe Rogan saying it. No attempts to switch to a half guard. He's not even putting his feet on Mitchell's hips so he can push off and get back up to his feet. Here's why I'm blasting this guy. I have nothing against him. I think his dad was a stud back in the day. But I guess it's just something still sticks in my craw when Brendan Loughnane isn't allowed to come in the UFC because he didn't show Dana White that he wanted to be there, and yet he signs this guy. I mean, or other guys I've seen in the UFC. I like that Mitchell said, "Fuck it, let's stand then." You know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this was supposed to be. Look at this. Look, he just pulls him back down.
Did it again.
He doesn't want to fight.
I think here up against the fence, he should posture up and throw some elbows or something. He's grabbing the cage.
And Rogan is about as big of a fan as you can get of the Gracies. Okay, right now he's trying something.
Here we go.
Oh, he's attacking an arm, guys.
Going for his arm. Dude, this is the worst case scenario right here, George. We'd have to see this guy again.
His arm's in there. So he wants to stack him and put pressure on him so he can't extend his legs.
Even if he doesn't get him, I at least appreciate he went for it. Oh, he came out of it.
I agree. I think he let him off the hook.
I think so too. I would have kept him there.
Rogan's saying the triangle might still be there. I don't see it.
Cage is kind of in the way.
Now he wants to take his back. Oh, he couldn't get on top though. Mitchell's just too strong too, and Mitchell's no slouch on the ground either. Oh boy. All right, 45 seconds left here. Mitchell seems to be safe. But Gracie did get that moment that justifies all the flopping he's doing.
You know what this feels like? Do you remember in school when there was only like 5 minutes left in detention or 7th period and you knew you were this close to going home? Oh, look, he's got his arm.
There's only 15 seconds left. Rogan says he's got it. He got it.
Bryce Mitchell's out now. He's got his back. He's throwing some punches. For the love of God, stop this.
Kron Gracie gets up. That's it. Round 3's coming up. Crowd popped a little bit, to be fair. I just think, I mean, people would have been happy with Luque finishing Gorimbo on the main card. I think people would have enjoyed Evloev and Sterling. Anders and Weidman, I think, would have been decently receptive. Durden and Joshua Van. Michael Chiesa in his performance. I mean,
Chiesa looked like a monster. By the way, that feels like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
No bullshit, George. Max Griffin could actually be home right now if he wanted to.
Yeah.
If he would have just went to the back to take me to the airport, he could probably be home by now.
And Chuck Wu, I think, fought at 3 p.m. And right now it's 8. Let's see what the live betting is.
I wouldn't even grab his head, man. Just stay at a distance and pump the jab.
I can't get live bets right now. I would have loved to see Gracie at least attempt a single. Look, he's going to flop right now. There he goes. Oh, he knocked him out.
Oh, he put him out.
Mitchell just knocked him out with a vicious elbow. Yep. He threw it and bounced Gracie's head off the canvas, and then he threw one more. That's an exclamation point.
Mm-hmm.
Gracie's up. Seems to be okay, but he did get knocked out. Big bounce back win for Thug Nasty because he got clipped pretty bad about a year ago by
Brutal.
Josh Emmett.
I think that kind of put him out, George, that slam a little bit.
Maybe. Oh, look at that. Yeah. He got 2 good ones in there.
Look, his head's already bouncing here.
Yeah, that one was pretty good. And here it comes. So the head bounced when he put him down on the ground, and then he threw 2 great elbows. Oh.
Yeah, they're both really good.
Keith Peterson comes in there. It looked like Bryce was going to throw a fist. Peterson got in the way.
Man, Kron's having some problems walking. I think he's dazed.
Because a lot of the Gracies seem to have lacked power in their hands. Do you think any of that has to do with maybe the diet?
I don't think they all did it. Like Health Gracie had nice hands. But
Henzo had a couple decent finishes. I felt like he had some. I know Neiman had one finally, a nice KO at one point. But a lot of those guys just didn't seem to really have any power in their hands. They didn't have technique, much less like that pop, like even whether it was an elbow or a kick.
What they didn't do was like agility training and stuff like that, I think it was just, let's hit the mats every day, maybe hit mitts here and there, but strength and conditioning doesn't really seem to be their thing.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have that explosion. It's unfortunate, that family is what started this. It's why a lot of us are here with jobs. But the sport continued to evolve, and I don't know that they did.
What was Bryce Mitchell saying that you said something stupid? He said to Rogan, but then he says he called Rogan and apologized.
I don't have volume, so
Wouldn't a lot of us be calling up Bryce Mitchell to say, "Well, you kind of say stupid things too"? Thug Nasty's a cool nickname, though.
yeah.
I think it fits him nicely. Man, the levels were vicious.
Oof. The last one's the one that jacked up his nose, right?
Uh-huh. Okay. Who's next, Goze?
Volkov and Gane.
I forgot about that one.
Ciryl Gane is minus 400. Alexander Volkov is plus 300. It's a rematch.
Why is he not available to bet?
It is on you. I imagine. Are you going Ciryl Gane on this one?
I think he's gonna win, but I wouldn't bet him.
I actually like Volkov.
Me too.
I think he's gotten a lot better since that first fight.
I don't see him available to bet. I wonder what the deal is. Marab and Umar being showed. Makashev's getting popped. They didn't show Sarukian, though.
Intuit Dome. Look at that thing.
Capacity is 18,000. I'm sure it's fancy. Yeah, for some reason, Gane and Volkov is not available to be bet, and I'm wondering why. It hasn't gone off yet. I hope the fight's still on.
What do you who was it? Beneil Dariush got a fight, right?
Yeah, he fights Hanato Moicano.
That's right.
So this is where the Clippers play?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go on YouTube and see if I can find one of those that kind of gives you a tour, you know, via drone or something. Because I imagine it's got to be pretty cool. Supposedly, there's a wall behind one of the sections behind one of the baskets. It's called The Wall. 4,500 fans fit behind this wall. But the pictures that I'm looking at, I don't see no damn wall. All right. I keep clicking to see if there's anything to play, because I would play Volkov, but they've taken it off. Maybe officially it was supposed to go. Okay, I see it back. All right, here we go. Volkov plus 292. Ciryl Gane minus 285, 385.
I have over here Gane is 350, Volkov's 270.
Let's see if Volkov can do it. He's gonna have to weather a storm or two, but he's gotten a little bit better, man. Oh. Okay, I get it. Some sites don't allow parlays. I forgot. Let's see, Volkov by props. Nobody's betting him to submit Gane, right? It's either KO or decision.
Nah, I would imagine. Gone by TKO KO is plus 300 here. Gone by submission is plus 1100. By decision, he's minus 150. Let's see. Volkov by decision is plus 450. By submission, plus 3,000. God damn, I think that's what I would be. And by TKO or KO, plus 1,000.
There is one that says Volkov to win 292, or you can take Volkov by decision or TKO and get 395. He ain't gonna submit him, I don't think.
Nah.
If he were to win, I think he'd either decision him or catch him. So the plus 375 is tempting. Why not? It'll maybe hype up the fight a little bit.
I don't know why. I feel like Volkov's got a better chance here.
Well, I got one sharp telling me that, yeah, the later the fight goes, it's leaning towards Volkov.
In our chat here, Josh Dover makes a good. He says Gane's coming off a year of no fighting.
It would have been fun to see them kickbox just a little bit before he submitted him.
The Gane Jones fight?
Yeah. It was just so quick. We didn't get to see if Jones was really that good or if the other guy just made a mistake. And then, because John's really good at submissions. Can't take that away from him.
But at
it
that
would have been
point,
interesting to see them kickbox, trade some kicks and shit.
what? How many fights had he had up to that point? Like 10 or 12 or something like that, right?
Who, Gane?
Yeah. They really didn't have that much experience. You know, Volkov's been training here in Vegas too.
That's what I heard. I know he used to train at the Black House Gym in LA. But so many of these fighters, it behooves them because of taxes and proximity to live in Vegas. You can get your food, your rehab, your everything, stretching, massage, whatever. All that tended to in Las Vegas. Company pays for it all. And I bet you that can save a lot of money. I heard a lot of people get breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I've heard it from some scrubs too. But they they maximize,
listening.
Well, they wouldn't know I'm talking to them.
Huh?
They wouldn't know I'm talking about them.
Yeah, what if they were the ones that told you something like that? Did you just call me a scrub?
Nah, man, I was talking about someone else. You ain't no scrub, I'd say. It wouldn't be what's the guy from Tough that said I ain't no scrub? Fight out of Arizona for a while.
Like
season
Efren
10 or
Escudero,
something.
right?
Scudero, yeah. He goes, I ain't no scrub. And the Diaz brothers for a long time used to say, I ain't no bitch.
Yeah.
Megan O'Leary will hop on a flight tonight and do a football game tomorrow. She's been doing the sideline reporting for Fox. The Oregon game is 45-30. Penn State has the ball, but there's 6:50 left in the fourth quarter. They just can't seem to keep up. SMU's closed the gap a little bit on Clemson. That's now 31-24. Clemson had been winning by like 3 touchdowns for a while. And looks like SMU's slowly crawled back into the game with like I guess 14 unanswered points. Is that right? 17 unanswered points. They just kicked a field goal. Wait a minute.
George, what would Volkov, Shavkat, and Pantoja pay parlay?
Who?
Volkov, Shavkat, and Pantoja. What would that parlay pay?
Volkov, Pantoja, and who? Shavkat?
Shavkat.
Okay, if you were betting, we'll say 100. It would pay 510. If you were betting 50, it'd pay 255. And if you were betting 25, it'd pay like 128, 127. You were just asking for a friend or what?
No, I was just curious. I was one of our cousins was asking about the last 3 fights.
All right, Ciryl Gane, former UFC interim champ, is now walking to the octagon. This is the featured bout on the card, meaning third one from the top. You got your main event, co-main event, featured bout, swing bout, and opening bout. In the opening bout, Dooho Choi won his fight very impressively, I must say, too. Thought it was going to be a little closer, but he looked really, really sharp against Nate Landwehr. In the swing bout, Bryce Mitchell just finished Kron Gracie in round 3 with some elbows from the top. That fight was on its way to being kind of a dud, to be honest. And then that vicious finish, hell, now Mitchell might be in the running for 50 G's, baby. And now we're at the featured bout of Ciryl Gane versus Alexander Volkov. Speaking of the bonuses, usually it's the finishers, right? Well, Kennedy and Chuck Wu, Chase Hooper, Michael Chiesa, Eric Anders, Vicente Luque, Dominick Reyes, Dooho Choi, and now Bryce Mitchell. All those guys have finished. Question is, who would you give a bonus to, knowing that there's still 3 fights left, but so far, who would be your 4? Mitchell's elbows were impressive, but the fight sucked. I think it had to do with the dance partner. Dooho Choi was impressive, but the ending was like, because remember the crucifix took forever, and it was more of a mercy call.
I thought Chiesa looked sharp.
Same thing with Reyes and Smith. That was kind of a, like it took forever. Luque was just vicious. I think you give him 50 G's for sure, right?
Yeah.
And
I think he gets one. I think Chiesa was dominant.
Yeah. I with all these finishers, I'd be looking for 4 performances of the night. 81-inch reach, by the way, for Gane. 80 for Volkov. I didn't catch the other stats, but I know there's about an 6-year gap difference in age. I know that Volkov 6'7". He weighed in at 254.5. He's a plus 300 underdog according to what they're using there. That looks like DraftKings. We saw him in the 280 range. Well, let me get you the exact odds here on BetMGM. I have it up for a reason. With them, he came in at plus 270.
Has there been there haven't been any females tonight, huh?
No. Ciryl Gane 6'4". He weighed in at 245.5, and he's a minus 380 favorite. Like I mentioned, his reach was 81 inches. Volkov's was 80. And I think that was it. The age, I can find it. That was the last thing they show there on the tail of the tape. Ciryl Gane is 34. And Alexander Volkov is 36. Oh, Volkov's the older guy. Okay. Mark Smith's going to be the ref. I think he's one of the best in the business. Lucian Andrade just took home a Ring Girl of the Year.
Thank you.
We haven't seen Herb Dean tonight, right?
Herb Dean, I don't think so. You brought him up earlier, though. I don't know.
Volkov, man, he didn't really want to touch gloves. He
You
kind
think
of touched
Volkov-
him, but it was part of his jab.
You think Volkov looks like a giant machine gun Kelly?
Yeah. He looks more strong and cut, though, in his arms and his chest, his shoulders. He used to be lankier before. Well, look how thick Ciryl Gane is, though, man. You can just tell he probably puts a lot more. His kicks might hurt more. Now, Volkov does have some submissions. And for a second there, I was going to say, Ciryl Gane fell, got up, but now Volkov's taking him back down. Oh, this could get interesting.
He needs to throw something here. God, these dudes are massive.
Let's see what he does, because right now he's in side control with 356, 355 left in round one. Their bodies are dry. They're not slick from sweat and blood or anything like that. This might be the best chance he can get on Ciryl Gane. Remember, John Jones did quick work once he snatched the neck. Mm-hmm. I don't think I'd put Volkov's ability to submit up there with John Jones's, but I know that when I was looking at his record, breaking him down earlier, he had some submissions.
He let him up too easy.
He did.
Oh.
He submitted Tai Tuivasa. Thought there was one other one, but anyway. All right, they're back to the feet with 3:15 left here in round one. Ciryl Gane's pushing Alexander Volkov against the cage, stomping on his foot. I'd say Volkov slightly ahead because of the actual takedown, but not much has happened other than that. They did exchange a couple kicks earlier in the fight. Volkov's now switched the position. He's got Gane up against the cage, although as I say that, they separate. Now they're back into the middle of the octagon. Goes, can 3 Joshua Vans beat up an Alexander Volkov?
3 Joshua Vans. The Joshua Van that showed up tonight, 3 of them. So let's see. One of them might get lit up coming in, but then the other 2 just kind of grab a leg. Yeah, I think so.
I think so too. What about 2 Joshua Vans?
Ugh. No, I don't. The problem is if Volk gets his hands on one of them, that other one is compromised. Like, it's curtains for that one.
Ciryl Gane has taken down Alexander Volkov. He's on top now. And he's in Volkov's full guard. Volkov opens his guard for a moment. Has a half butterfly, meaning his heel is on Volkov's thigh. Creates an opportunity to push away and scramble. Oh, he held
Nice.
the fence.
Hey, he held on to the fence, dude. No, they should at least separate him for that.
I wonder what Mark Smith's going to say about that. Now they're attacking each other's legs pretty good.
Gane went back for that one too. That was a shock.
Yeah. It looked like he's going to put him in like a figure four like Ric Flair. The way he fell back. Now Volkov's got a hold of a neck. No, he lets it go. Back to the feet. 106, 105 left here in the first round.
They've both had their moments, right?
They did, yeah. Huh? Oh, yeah, sure, thank you. 47 seconds left here in round one. I think this fight's playing out decently, Goze, because they're using their gas tank a little bit. They both have had moments of good and bad, adversity, overcoming it. And so it's, nice knee there by Ciryl Gane. But Volkov is in on a single now and gets the fight to the ground. It'll be interesting to see if the fight plays out more. We could have a good strategic and exciting matchup.
Going after Volk's neck.
I'm sure he's got one hell of a squeeze too. Yeah, he's got him. He's kind of attacking like a guillotine choke with Volkov on top. I'm pretty sure Volkov is safe because he doesn't look to be panicking and he's not addressing the choke. He's okay.
Yeah, he gave a thumbs
when he was
up.
on the bottom, he did give a thumbs up. I don't know if people saw it. It was behind Ciryl Gane's head, but they both get up and take a deep breath. Goes, we wound up syncing up, right?
On the pay-per-view portion, I think so.
What are you seeing right now?
Gane in the corner.
Yeah.
Putting towels on him.
Yeah, okay. I think both of these heavyweights are really good, but they're caught in this whole crossfire of what's happening with Jones and Aspinall. And so right now, what it looks like is John the GOAT is at the top of the heap. We all want him to stay. And if he does, it's him versus Aspinall. And because Ngannou is gone, it seems like everyone else is a scrub. Well, that's not the truth. I think both of these guys are quality heavyweights, but doesn't it seem like that's the way things have just played out in these last few years?
Yeah, that's how it feels.
Volkov's wins recently have been Sergey Pavlovich, huge win. Tai Tuivasa, Alexander Romanov, Jairzinho Rosenstruck. I mean, that's a nice role for him to be on. Ciryl Gane dropped the fight to John Jones, but he's beaten Sergey Spivak. He's no joke. He's also beaten Tai Tuivasa. He did lose to Francis Ngannou, but before that, he beat Volkov before. Derek Lewis, Jairzinho Rosenstruck, Junior Dos Santos. These are quality guys with quality wins, man.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if Jones retires, I imagine Aspinall is now your number one heavyweight in the world, meaning the undisputed heavyweight, because he's the interim. So they would anoint him as the undisputed. Back in the cage here with 4:10 left here in round two. Not much is going on. Oh, big spinning back fist lands for Volkov, but man, Ciryl Gane just ate it. Like
yeah, he just took it. Not a care in the world.
Yeah, it's like he said, "You want a French fry?" And he goes, "Yeah, thanks. Let's go back to fighting." But I mean, he spun and put so much torque on it. Goes, I think if he did it to me, I would have turned so many times. I just would have went like a corkscrew into the octagon.
I know.
That's how hard he hit him. Look at this. Here comes the replay. Boom! Right there, right on the jaw. And Ciryl Gane just said, "Oh, that's pretty cool."
Oh, nice kick.
So yeah, you got to believe that the winner of this fight would maybe fight Aspinall. If John Jones retires and Ngannou's nowhere to be found because he's over at PFL, and Sergey Pav he's on 2 losses. This is a number 1 contender fight. Curtis Blades is taking some L's. Jailton Almeida took an L, but then got a win. Thank you so much.
What did you say thank you for? What did you just say thank you for?
A coffee?
Dude, try that thing. That was really good.
Try this coffee?
Yeah. Volkov's been really aggressive this round.
That's really good.
That high kick that Volkov just threw, I think one of those might land if he keeps throwing it. Gane's left hand keeps dropping and dropping. Gane needs to start picking up the pace a little bit here. He's had success when he throws. He's just gotten away from throwing.
Nice uppercut there by Ciryl Gane, but I don't think he caught him flush. But it was nice the way he snuck it in there. You can just tell in Volkov's frame, though, he's stronger, more filled in. So he's technique, length, but he's also packing some power. I don't think he hits as hard as the other guy, but
this is the one thing that kind of bothers me a little bit about Ciryl Gane's game is he's too patient at times. Close fights aren't going to go his way fighting that way.
yeah. Oh, big right hand lands for Gane. Volkov shakes it off, though. Volkov has the front choke there on his neck. Ciryl Gane's trying to fight it off with a takedown. They're on the ground, and Volkov's still squeezing, but now the angle isn't there. And now Ciryl Gane's on top and kind of in side control. So anything you might have had, he's not going to get. He's not going to be under his neck in a way where he can threaten with the forearm underneath. He should probably just let it go at this point.
See if he can win back the round.
He thinks Ciryl Gane might go to sleep.
I don't think so. Not from there.
Yeah, I didn't think he had it because of the angle. I haven't seen anyone tap from that angle. Ciryl Gane gets up and says, "You stand up." He didn't even bother to want to grapple. And I think it's because Ciryl started to find a little bit of his form and landed a few punches. It's got some good spice. Are those the meatballs? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's got some good spice.
God, I hate that kick.
All right, round 2's in the books. Let me see if I can find some live odds on what's happening here. Volkov minus 295, Ciryl Gane plus 175. One could argue that the judges think Volkov's won both rounds.
I think he has.
Now, one of the guys, what corner was that? Was that the Volkov corner?
Yeah.
They were saying they think it's 1-1. Now, the live odds for DraftKings is minus 115 on either side. And the odds I'm seeing here show Volkov at minus 270 and Gane at plus 175. So different houses are judging the fight differently.
Somebody in the cage
Really
side
good.
got lit up by the spit from that spinning back fist.
One of Ariel Helwani's biggest beefs was in the 3 years he was at ESPN, they never did a promo like the one right there. And DC gets to say him in jail. And I could understand that, man. He'd be like, what the fuck? You know, like, but like that's how personal things have gotten, I guess, between Dana White or the UFC and Ariel. But I remember he said, I never once got to promo the shows that I was doing on the broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
And DC gets to plug his a few times.
Nice jab from Volkov. See, like right now, Gane is in distance. He needs to throw something.
Can Ciryl Gane take Volkov's back? Because Volkov's got a single, and Volkov's trying to put Ciryl Gane on his back, but Ciryl Gane's posting with one of his arms, and he's still on his knees. So he hasn't let Volkov complete the takedown. And now Ciryl Gane's kind of threatening with the Kimura from the bottom. But they are on the ground with 3:50 left here in round 3. Adam Martin, MMA Media, says 19-19. Whoever wins round 3 wins the fight. Nick Baldwin says 19-19. Also, MMA Media. Henry Cejudo, 19-19. They're still in the same position. That single that Volkov never completed because Ciryl Gane from the bottom is attacking with a Kimura. So I think that's Gane's first concern rather than trying to even regain any form of top control. Now let's see what happens with this. Now the big question is, how are the refs judging these last 90 seconds that they've been in this position? Gane hasn't gone for a finishing, like he hasn't torqued the arm or nothing like that. So there was no really attempt to finish the submission, but he also just wasn't laying there either. And then Volkov was on top, but he didn't do any damage. So they could still be right now, goes that pendulum you talk about. It could still be at 12 o'clock.
Volk needs to throw elbows or something to his ribs, like score something.
He's in the better position to do so for sure. He should stay in half guard and just throw elbows and punches, and he might cruise to a finish because, again, Gane was not able to do anything in terms of an attempt to finish the fight on the ground. That's what they look for on the ground. Are you ground and pounding, or are you improving your positions and attacking with submissions? Because if not, it's all. I don't agree with it because they say the takedown's nothing unless you did something with it. I think the takedown's something. If a jab's something, or a kick to the thigh is something, then getting picked up and getting slammed by someone's something too.
You're taking a grown man off of his feet onto the ground. It's worth something. That's what Volkov needs to do. But more
Volkov's protecting that arm still. Ciryl Gane has not let it go. Well, now we're down to 140. This fight might go down to the last 140. Oh, Ciryl Gane lets it go. I think he realized it's probably not good aesthetics to just be laying here. He's trying to turn into Volkov. Volkov's on his knees. He still hasn't even really been able to lay on top of Ciryl Gane per se. Ciryl Gane's still trying to turn into him, but he's not having any luck. And we're down to 110 now in round 3. If it is 19-19, it could all go down to these last 60 seconds or so. Again, Volkov maintained, even though his arm was being threatened with a Kimura lock, he was the one on top, and he didn't look like he was fighting off a submission. But the TV just went blank. Did yours go blank?
No. The whole thing went blank? 43 seconds left in round 3. Volkov is still on top. Gane is just not doing enough. He's not trying to get out of the situation. He's just not really doing much. Volkov's trying to get under his chin right now. He's pinning him. If this were WWE, it'd be over.
Does it look like Volkov's going to win?
I think so, yeah. I mean, Gane's just not doing anything.
ESPN Plus. All right, well, we'll rely on Goze's call there. Is the fight over?
No, 6 seconds left. Still same position. Volkov landing some short little punches to the ribs, now to the head. That's a wrap. If what MMA Media is saying is correct, and it was 1-1, then this is probably Alexander Volkov's fight. Gane is laying on the canvas right now, very dejected. Finally sits up.
Do you think Gane is realizing his title hopes are gone?
I want to see that spinning back fist again, dude. So much spit went flying that I think somebody got destroyed cage side.
Clemson's going to go for a game-ending field goal right now.
Are they?
Yeah, I'm still trying to get back into the pay-per-view.
They're just showing some highlights here while we're waiting for the decision. It's a decent fight. It was okay.
Looks like Oregon's going to beat Penn State. Significant strikes, 41-33 in favor of Gane. Ciryl Gane was more accurate. He had a 65% ratio of striking to Volkov's 44. Volkov landed 3 takedowns, Ciryl Gane 2.
I thought the Big Ten was supposed to be tough.
Oh, shit. Goes. You're a UFC fan. You're not an Oregon fan. Take it easy.
I'm just saying.
Could be 1-1 between those guys. It already looks like Ciryl Gane's acknowledging he's going to lose. And he's hobbling like he's got a foot injury or maybe an ankle. And let's see if I can give you a play-by-play here on Clemson. This looks to be about a 55-yard field goal for Clemson, and it's good. Wow. 55 yards.
All right, here's
Volkov. A split decision. Ciryl Gane won that fight? Are you joking me, guys?
God. Dude, that is a terrible decision. Oh my God. I would actually go to Bruce and go, did you read that?
Ciryl doesn't even want to do the interview with Joe Rogan.
Look at Volkov. Ciryl saying, let's go before they change their mind.
Cash the ticket. Oh, no, they're bringing him back. Or don't tell me Ciryl didn't even realize he won. He had to.
He knew because he had a dumb look on his face. Now I'm curious what they're going to ask him.
See, goes, this is some bullshit, man. You know I'm not into conspiracies and setups and fixes or whatever, but this is disappointing. And any fan that's not as passionate as you and I that looks at it and gives it a chance is probably going, what is that? Come on, man. What are you guys, a circus or what? Says he broke his toes. He's not happy about his fight.
First kick. First kick, he said he broke his toes. I mean, I don't know that I saw that play out in the fight. That was a bullshit decision, dude. Terrible.
John Anik is saying that Dana White went over to talk to Alexander Volkov when he walked down the stairs.
Who were the judges? Do you remember?
I'm sure he'll pay him his win bonus and all that good stuff, but it's still going to be one of those. Okay, here we go. Adelaide Bird, get her out of there. She added 29-28 for Gane. And then Eric Colon, he's a Vegas judge. He added 29-28 for Volkov. That's the right call. And then the last one, why did he give round? Oh, man. Who's that one? Junichiro Kamijo. He's usually pretty consistent. He's a Vegas judge. They all had. Okay, they all had
Volkov win 3.
It goes down to round 2. It goes down to round 2. Round 1 was all of them Gane. Round 3 was all of them Volkov. Round 2 had 2 of them Gane and 1 Volkov.
Terrible.
Look at the pop Justin Gaethje gets.
Oh, I think we need to resync.
All right. Once it gets going, we'll do it. I don't know if you heard me, Goze, but a 55-yard field goal for Clemson just won them the ACC championship over SMU.
Nice.
And then Oregon just beat Penn State for the Big Ten championship. So that's definitely a bright spot, I guess.
Well, now we get to the meat and potatoes, I think, of why you ordered this pay-per-view.
That's some bullshit, though. That call for Gane. Let me look at MMA decisions. Do they turn them in that fast?
All right, so you technically you won, so you get to pick again. The odds are Rakhmonov is minus 450, Ian Garry is plus 340.
Well, I think Rakhmonov's going to win. Was it too spicy or was it okay? Yeah. Okay, I don't see the scores just yet, Goze, so I can't tell you like how the other outlets scored it.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as I get it, I'll tell you. But that's disappointing. What's Twitter saying? Have you peeked the Twitter yet? Let me peek the Twitter and see. Maybe
too busy answering all the people that are telling me how bullshit that decision was.
What if you were 4-0 and you thought you'd be, and Volkov was the one you took a chance on, and you're thinking, oh yes, it's done.
I would be way more mad because I'll tell you this much: I probably would have already hit send on my Amazon wish list on something, because that's how confident I would have been.
So they all had gone 10-9, 10-9, 10-9, round one. And in round three, they all had Volkov 10-9, 10-9, 10-9. Okay. So it wasn't a case of it was 1-1 and they went with Volkov in round three. No, what they're saying is two of the judges already had Volkov up 20 to 18 going into round three. So unless Volkov finished or won a 10-8, which would only get him a draw, he was drawing dead, like they say in Vegas.
Mm-hmm. That's nuts, dude.
And that's not the fight I was watching. If I was watching either a 1-1 or a 2-0 Volkov, I never felt like I was watching a 2-0 Gane. And we can't even say, oh, I was drinking beer, I was eating pizza. We're talking about the fights as we watch them.
God, one of those people that I can't say who, but somebody bet good amount of money that my blood is boiling right now. Oh my God, this sucks.
Brutal. Tell us in the chat if you got hosed. Was it the last leg of a parlay? Was it the first of the one you're about to hit? What happened? I know there's got to be some disappointment out there.
Like, okay, remember when I gave you that parlay? Can you imagine how mad I would be if it came down to that fight? Oh my God. That's unfortunate, man. What do you think Dana told Volkov?
I'm gonna pay your show and win. And they'll probably treat it as a win. You know, like his next fight will be high profile. Some of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of each one. I don't know, but something like that. But I bet you he told you I'm gonna pay you your win bonus.
Here comes Ian Garry walking out to the cage.
I wonder if that'll get Gary liked. Is that Oliveira kind of is vouching for him all week?
People do love Oliveira. I don't know. I mean, he's kind of a heel, but there is a void for an Irish star right now, so maybe you could fill that.
Cayman Rider saying, I picked Gane to win, but he clearly robbed Volkov. Mark Fellows says, good day, fellas. Enjoying the fisticuffs.
I like Mark Fellows. He's a G.
I know I turned in Shavkat, and that's what I would do if my life depended on it. But I'm telling you, Gary has this way of avoiding engaging and frustrating opponents.
Yeah.
I would not be shocked if he won.
I just feel like Shavkat's gonna put him on the defensive the whole night. Why is he not in green trunks?
I hit a nice 3-teamer, Goze. Clemson, Georgia. Wait, where'd it go? Yeah.
Oh, so you needed that field goal pretty bad then, huh?
Yeah, Georgia, Clemson, and Oregon. All right, that makes up for some of these dumb losses. I did hit Luque and Van, Battle and Luque, although I thought Battle lost. It would have been nice if that one fight went under, the Nate Landwehr fight. The Dooho Choi, if it would have gone under 2.5, then I wouldn't have taken 75 in losses, and I would have won. It would have been like about another $200 flip. Okay, so look, folks, I turned in Shavkat Rakhmonov, but Ian Garry, he's got a little bit of Wonder Boy in him. He just avoids, phone booth fighting, we'll say. And he's got really good ability of using his footwork side to side. And because this is the big octagon, he's got a lot of room to maneuver. But the thing is, Shavkat's good everywhere. So if you can get his hands on him and take him to the ground, I don't know if Gary's got the skills to survive.
Yeah, this guy's tough, man. I like Gary, and normally I would have him in most fights, but
watch how he's going to be frustrating, and some fans might boo him if he doesn't. You know what? Where's the dog? I haven't seen the dog lately.
Yeah, those are not words I want
to. Is the dog with Juliet Goze?
to hear. Not with me.
No? Oh, okay. Usually the dog's with one of us watching the fight. If you haven't heard it, folks, Dricus du Plessis will face Sean Strickland at UFC 312 in February. That's going to be the main event for that fight card out in Sydney, Australia. And the co-main event is going to be Zhang Weili putting up her UFC strawweight title against Tatiana Suarez. So that's a great 1-2 punch there. And that announcement was made earlier today by the UFC broadcast. Great job by the UFC lining up their first 2 pay-per-views already with Makhachev and Sarukian, as well as Dvalishvili and Nurmagomedov. That's UFC 311 in Los Angeles, California. And then the other one I was mentioning is in February in Sydney, Australia. That's UFC 312. The exact date of 312 is February 8th. There's been a few other fights that have been announced for 311. If you're a SoCaler, it's a pretty sick card. And some of these got swept under the rug a little bit. Beneil Dariush will be fighting Renato Moicano. Jamal Hill will be fighting Yuri Prochaska. Kevin Holland will be fighting Henier de Ritter. Sorry, he's Dutch. The R is not silent, or it doesn't sound like an H. Bogdan Guskov versus Johnny Walker. Leone Barcelos versus Peyton Talbot. I'm a big Peyton Talbot fan, Goze. Jailton Almeida against Sergey Spivak. Cedric Dumas against Zach Reese. Grant Dawson versus Diego Fajeda. Aileen Perez against Carol Rosa. Ewan Gafarov versus Rinia Nakamura. Bernardo Sopaj versus Ricky Turcios. And Clayton Carpenter against Tagir Ulanbekov. That's talent, right?
Yeah.
That's talent really at the top. Those are superstars at the top. There's rivalries and there's ranked fighters. Some on their way out, some on the way up, some wanting to regain gold. Jamal Hill used to wear a belt. Prochaska used to wear a belt. Henier de Ritter used to wear 2 belts out at one championship. It was solid. I'm refreshing MMA decisions. I still don't have other scores for UFC 310, meaning how did the other outlets score Gane versus Volkov? That one's still burning in a lot of people's hides right now. He never really torqued that Kimura upward, right? He had it, but Volkov was always blocking it with his body. That's what I don't get is why he was getting so much credit. He was on the bottom for a long time. In fact, he let it go because I think someone from the corner said, "You're going to lose the decision."
I just did the same. Hey, George.
Hey.
Hold on. I forget it. I've said this before. I feel like the real winner here tonight was Bilal Muhammad because one of these tough guys goes away. You would have had to fight both if he survived one of them.
Folks, anybody that's watching, if you would kindly hit the like button, I wouldn't hate you. In fact, if you hit the like button and we can get this thing up to 100, Goze will twerk like Aileen Perez does.
What?
In honor of her getting booked for UFC 311.
You're lucky I'm wearing pants.
Kazakhstan in the house, a lot of flags. Not to be confused with Kyrgyzstan, where Valentina Shevchenko's from. Mark Goddard will be the third man in the octagon. Red De La Cruz, one of the three lovely ladies, gracing the catwalk there, along with Luciana Andrade, and it looked like Vanessa Hansen was the other one. These two used to be teammates. They touch gloves. Okay, Goze, where are we at? I'm at 454, 53.
I am at, they just
51.
touch gloves right now. 57.
Okay, so give me a countdown.
55, 54, 53, 52.
Okay, here we
51.
go. All right, I think we should be synced up here. So remember, Gary's gonna go around the outside a lot, and he's real good at it. He just knows how to move.
Hey George, check the chat real quick. Not a whole lot has happened here. Almost a minute gone. Both guys just kind of moving around. Shavkat throws a jab. It's blocked. Shavkat goes in, grabs a
Right
hold
now,
of Ian
Goze?
Garry.
Right now?
Maybe in between rounds. Shavkat trying to take down Ian Garry, and Gary's fighting him off. They're up against the cage right now. Shavkat throws a knee to Ian Garry's legs. Now throwing a shoulder strike. Charles Oliveira is in Ian Garry's corner. So if this were to hit the ground, we know he's been working his ground game.
Yeah, there's 3:15 left here in round one. And Shavkat has Ian Garry pressed up against the cage, but he's yet to take him down. But he looks so much bigger and stronger than him. It looks like it's just a matter of time before he takes him to the ground. Ian Garry's fought it off. He's controlling. He's got one overhook, and then he's controlling. It's like he's grabbing Shavkat's shorts, but he's kind of has his hand on his leg so he doesn't eat any knees, I think. You'd think he'd be trying to get an underhook or something. But so far, Ian Garry's been okay. Now Shavkat wants to get this body-to-body type takedown. And to Ian Garry's credit, he's not easy to take down. In fact, Ian Garry almost wound up on top of Shavkat. Wow, very good balance by Ian Garry to get out of that, because it looked like he was going to get thrown down hard. 2:15 left here in round one. They're up against the cage, and now Shavkat Rakhmonov does have Ian Garry's back. He's throwing knees to the booty. He's also got his hands wrapped around him, and Ian Garry's fighting those off, wrist control. Ian looks like he wants to turn into Shavkat. He's halfway there, and he does. Can he get an underhook or something? Hard to see. So far, no.
This is kind of how I envisioned this fight going. It was just Garry on the defensive. Because of the pressure that Rakhmonov has, it's just he's unrelenting and he can keep it up.
I thought they were going to strike longer.
He's got to do it for 5 rounds.
Now we're down to 130 here left in round one. And Garry actually almost got Shavkat down. If not for Shavkat posting with his left arm, he would have fallen to the ground. And now Shavkat has pushed Ian Garry up against the cage. This isn't an exciting fight, folks. It's strategic, and whoever winds up on top, because this round's so even, kind of, it could be pivotal, right? And this is a 5-round fight. Let's not forget. But every round's important. In fact, if you go back to Pena versus Pennington, remember, Goze, round one was very tentative. We said round ones are just as important as round fives. It could go down to that, and it sure. I'm pretty sure it went down to that. Okay, they're out against, they're up in the middle of the octagon. Ian Garry with a nice calf kick. 30 seconds left here in round one. Overhand right lands for Rakhmonov. Ian eats it like a champ, sticks his tongue out like it was nada, but looked like a good one.
Of course.
Ten seconds left here in round one.
Nice knee to the body from Rakhmonov.
Okay, round one's over.
Okay. Interesting first round. Oh, they literally just said the same thing. Ian Garry did some things that I think I didn't think he was going to be able to do that. He matched his power. He's been on the defensive the whole round, so he's probably going to lose that round. But I think Rakhmonov, some of the things that he wanted to do early on in this fight, he was not able to do, and that might be a little frustrating. Remember, this is a 5-round fight, so I feel like we're going to have a lot of these mini battles. Even though that round may not have gone Ian Garry's way, I think he could be maybe happy with some of the mini battles that he did win in that. The most significant strike of that round went to Rakhmonov. It was a nice right hand. And here we go, round two. That strike Ian Garry throws, it's so fast, man. All right.
Shout out to MMA Bobblehead. If you go to MMA Bobblehead, a lot of big deals. Don't hold me to it, but I even thought I saw buy one, get one free. I'm not sure if those the ornaments or whatever. It's a good friend of the show, Dave Manley. He's got these bobbleheads. This is the John McCarthy. This one actually talks to you. 4 minutes there left in round two. It's still in the chess match stages. They haven't played checkers, meaning they ain't throwing down. They're feeling each other out. Again, it's Rakhmonov, always in the middle of the octagon. Garry likes to work the warning track and stay on the outside.
I think Garry needs to be a little bit more aggressive. He's got to throw something out there.
I agree. Nice jab there by Rakhmonov. 1-2 lands for Rakhmonov.
Fans booing a little bit here.
Yeah. I hear
Shavkat's
him.
got a nice jab, but he doesn't really commit to it. He just kind of flings it out there.
Yeah, he hasn't sold out either. It's not like Rakhmonov can accuse Garry of not wanting to engage. He's not doing much, but of the two, he just landed a nice right and made Ian Garry's head cock back a little bit. Nice head kick there by Garry, although it didn't really land flush on Rakhmonov. He managed to get some defense up. Jab to the body by Ian Machado Garry. Are we just calling him IMG or Garry or what?
I just call him Garry. A little bit of blood now under his right eye.
So he did land on the right hand. I thought he missed. The guys are saying that he landed it though. Rakhmonov just threw a strike. Garry ducked under it. Now pushed Rakhmonov up against the cage. Throws a knee to the body. Shavkat doesn't seem too concerned. He's just playing defense. He's got an overhook with the left arm and an underhook with the right arm. Now Ian Garry might have two underhooks. Yeah, he does. Oh, nice knee there. Lands by Garry. Now Rakhmonov pushes Garry up against the fence. He's got underhooks, or he's got one underhook on now. But remember, this is 5 rounds, folks. So they got to manage their gas tanks. They got to make sure they don't make a key mistake, leaving a chin out, making, I think that's why they're overthinking everything. Because right now the fight hasn't been in any way exciting, but it is strategic, and there are high stakes. The winner will probably fight Bilal Muhammad when Muhammad comes back from his foot injury. He had some infected toes or whatever, but he looked pretty good the other day, right, Goze, at the World MMA Awards? I mean,
I had completely forgotten about it. The way
he wasn't walking with any hobble or nothing like that.
This round is still up for grabs. If Ian Garry can get out of this and do something, he can make it interesting. If not, it's going to be another Rakhmonov round.
Ooh, Rakhmonov almost took Garry to the ground. I got to applaud Ian Garry for his balance. He is not easy to take down. He's not just giving them up, that's for sure.
And
I'm wondering how much time Rakhmonov might be wasting here, because he's probably the one using more energy. I mean, it takes energy to defend, but
I remember seeing him. I mean, he just can't keep giving away rounds like this.
Spinning back fist misses by Garry. Oh, but one lands for Rakhmonov. Linear kick there by Ian Garry.
He's been almost using that as his jab. I think he should keep going at it. It's literally the only thing that's having any
jab
success
lands
for him
there for Shavkat. Nice left hook lands for Shavkat. Nice calf kick lands for Garry. They high five as they go back to their corners. They both look like they're in good shape. Neither one's breathing heavy.
If he's got the game plan and he's got the gas, this is when Ian Garry has to let it go, because he's probably down 2-0 here. And the game plan so far is not going to work. Not this.
Someone's own must go. We haven't talked too much about that, but they're both undefeated fighters. And look, I don't think anyone enters the sport and thinks they're going to leave undefeated. That's so rare. But how will that person respond? I mean, if they get taught a lesson, maybe they go out, they get better, they get humbled. You know what I'm saying? And then the one that wins, man, can you imagine if they win, stay undefeated, and beat Bilal? Like, dude, the world can be theirs.
I know. Did you see the guy that was holding the cables when Ian spit? He kind of gave it a look like, bitch, that got close.
You see a lot of cowboys in the audience, folks. The what's it called, Goze? The
rodeo,
the NFR, National Rodeo, NDR. What is it?
I don't know.
It's in town, so you see a lot of cowboy hats, a lot of cowboys in town.
It's a big deal, man. It's a lot of money for Las Vegas. 30 seconds into round 3, still nothing.
Head kick there by Ian Garry, but see, Shavkat has a good read on it. Alan Jovan says 2-0 for Shav, although he did say he's impressed with Gary's takedown. Sean Bitter says the same thing. Adam Martin has 2018 Shavkat. Aaron Bronstetter, 2018 Shavkat.
Did you make? It's good.
Nice kick to the knee there by Ian Garry, linear style.
Mark Goddard's probably had the most chill moment of tonight, right? He hasn't really had to do much.
No. Oh, great calf kick by Ian Garry. And then he landed a nice hook. Now, Shavkat kind of walked through it, but it did throw him off balance there.
He's got to do more of that.
This doesn't look like a minus 300, minus 400 versus a plus 250, plus 300, whatever it was, right? It looks more even than that. It's just that Shavkat is
Nice job
winning
from Ian Garry.
both rounds, but not like overwhelmingly winning them either. Stiff jab there lands for Ian Garry, misses on the calf kick, kicks him to the body. Shavkat answers with a jab. Ian Garry trying to.
I was a little worried that the fight would look like this. I would say this though. I think either guy fighting Belal Muhammad, that fight looks a lot different.
Yeah, Belal's pretty relentless with the wrestling for starters. So one or both would have gone for a ride, although Shavkat can handle himself on the ground. So it would have been interesting to see them there. I don't think either guy has shown me they can beat Muhammad. I'm not sure they could have beat Edwards either or Usman, who are the last three champs.
It might be one of those where they're just each other's kryptonite.
Maybe. I mean, of the two, Shavkat looks more complete, but he's struggling with taking down Ian Garry. They're up against the fence a lot. 140 left here in round 2. This isn't up for fight of the night, folks. I'll tell you that much. 130 left here in round 1. Mark Goddard telling both fighters, I want to see more work because it's just two guys against the fence, honestly. You got Shavkat. Okay, he splits them up right now.
His shorts are ripped in the back.
Joe Rogan does not like referees interfering. He just found it to be interesting that he separated them. Ooh, that head kick got a piece of Rakhmonov's dome there a little bit. It's nice. He throws it up with the left leg and it's quick, but Rakhmonov seems to block it each time, although last time it looked like it might have gotten him a little bit. Shavkat throws a body kick of his own. 50 seconds left here in round 3, closer to 45 now. Back in the center of the cage, Ian threatens with a spinning back fist, back elbow. We don't know because he didn't throw it, but he turned. Stiff jab there lands for Shavkat. I like it. Ian going back to that head kick, then comes back with a linear kick. The linear kick did more damage.
Nice jab.
Very nice jab there lands for Shavkat. Oh, spinning back kick almost landed for Shavkat. And now he threatens with the spinning out. It was a really nice technique, like a wheel kick, but it missed. But it looked pretty slick. And now
a nice right hand there.
You think it's going to be Shavkat goes?
Yeah, I think it's 3-0. But then again, the way the judges, you never know. But I mean, I felt the Volkov rounds were more than this.
Which reminds me, let me look at MMA decisions and see what's been posted.
The chat room, Dilly Red Zone says 2-1. Charles 84 2-1. 3-0 says Chili Billy. 2-1 says June. I'm gonna go 3-0. About to be 2-2.
His shorts ripped. Gary's. So Ian Gary's got a new pair of shorts on.
They gave him a new pair?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. When do you see that?
Never. 2-1, according to most people.
Oh, nice
spinning back kick to the body by Shavkat. Ian Garry with another linear kick. Some land on the thigh, some try and attack the knee.
He kind of grimaced when he took that kick, but he didn't look hurt. He's bounced right back in Shavkat's face. I think those kicks are starting to add up for me and Gary to that front leg of Shavkat Rakhmonov.
DC's card is 2-1 Rakhmonov. I'm trying to scour Twitter to see what others are saying. I'm sure they'll post them on the broadcast right now. We will be back for UFC 311. That'll be the next watch along on January 18th. Islam Makhachev versus Arman Sarukian. Merab Dvalishvili versus Umar Nurmagomedov. Beneil Dariush versus Hanato Moicano. Jamal Hill versus Yuri Prochaska. Kevin Holland versus Ranier de Ritter. Solid main card. Shavkat tries to go in now, up against the fence against Ian Garry, trying to get a single. Ian Garry doing a great job of defending. Shavkat not even close, honestly. And there's 3:20 left here in round 4. But he doesn't seem to be draining Ian Garry's gas tank because it looks like Ian Garry's very.
He's still
got great cardio.
Yeah. Lands a nice left hook to Shavkat's head right now.
And Ian Garry doesn't look like he's frustrated either. Like, it looks like he's still in the game. Shavkat goes for a takedown. This time he gets Ian Garry down. Okay, this is going to be interesting. 250 left here in round 3. He's inside of Ian Garry's full guard. Ian's got one butterfly on the right side. Now he's closed his guard just to reset. Shavkat on top. Ian Garry's body triangled him from the bottom. I'm not too sure why. Okay, and Shavkat from the top does land a few strikes. Joe Rogan saying that the body lock triangle that Ian Garry's showing from the bottom leads him to believe he's just going to want to stay at the bottom because he doesn't have much experience on the bottom.
Uh-oh.
And now Shavkat is taking his back. Oh, Ian Garry does manage to get to his feet. Shavkat falls off the top. Shavkat now threatening with a single.
Oh, look at Gary.
Ian Garry trying to lock up a choke. Nope, he misses. Shavkat's out and now takes Ian Garry's back. That's fine that he threatened, though.
He can throw that knee to the head. Now he can't.
Yeah, they're up against the fence. And Ian's got one hand down, but he's not a grounded opponent unless he has his knee down. I don't know why he's insisting on. There you go. Now the knee's down. Now he's grounded. But the 3-point stance doesn't do anything. It's got to be your butt, your elbow, your knee, obviously. Okay, now he's not grounded. And I don't know why he's wasting his time with that arm there. And the guys are pointing that out. That's something that just started with the UFC in November. I believe it was the Madison Square Garden card was where that was, or it might have been a fight night before that. It started in November, let's just say that. So it's only been about a month. Rakhmonov still trying to get Ian Garry down. He couldn't. They spin around and Ian Garry frees himself. With 40 seconds left, he throws a spinning back elbow that misses. He's now attacking Shavkat with a choke from the bottom because Shavkat managed to get Ian Garry down. Now he's body triangling him from the bottom. I don't think Shavkat's too worried about that. Shavkat trying to posture up, seeing if he can deliver some ground and pound. His hands are free. He's trying some hammer fists. No luck. In fact, Ian Garry punched him from the bottom. There. Now Shavkat threw a couple. Ian threatening with an arm bar. It was quick, though. Shavkat was out. Now Ian creates distance. Shavkat comes in with a big overhand right that lands. 2-1. Fourth round is over.
This was the best round of the fight so far, though. Ooh, Garry kind of shoves Shavkat off of him. Looking a little frustrated now.
It's a fun fight. 3-1 Rakhmonov according to DC. Let's see what the other scores are that come in. The Garry corner's telling him he can't take you down. 39-37 Shavkat, according to Nick Baldwin. Garry needs a finish. Aaron Bronstetter has 39-36 Shavkat. Now, may I remind you all that we just had a call that was a little bizarre. So just as quickly as it can be 3-1, it could be 4-0 or even 2-2, because we just had a really questionable call with Ciryl Gane defeating Alexandre Volkov. Most people thought Volkov won the fight clearly 2 rounds to 1.
It's true, man. That kick almost landed there from Shavkat. Garry needs the finish, though. At moments, it looks like when he goes for the choke, it looks like he gets it in deep for a second and just Shavkat gets out of it.
Yeah.
Great scrambles.
And
right
now
now.
Ian Garry managed to win the scramble, and he's taking Shavkat's back. In fact, he's trying to choke Shavkat right now. Shavkat's not really addressing the choke.
No, and I think
he's trying to get one of the hooks out, but Gary's only got one hand so far to do the choke. You need 2 to do the choke. Shavkat was trying to prevent the body triangle, and he's unsuccessful. Now he's just got to address the hands. Now remember, if it's 3-1 Shavkat, as long as he doesn't get 10-8'd, he'll win the fight if he doesn't lose the round. Sorry, if he doesn't get finished.
Uh-oh.
Oh, look at Ian Garry running from the bottom. And Shavkat has to fight both hands. But, I mean, one of the arm looked like he was under for a second there. And now he's got a different type of a choke. Sorry, same choke, a different type of grip. He went to the gable grip.
Oh,
now he's going to the traditional. Shavkat's still trying to fight it.
He's crushing the chin, though. Remember what Hamzat did.
He's not underneath the neck, the chin, but he is squeezing. And he's got the body triangle going at the same time. Shavkat not panicking, but it looks close, folks. And now he's going for a gable grip again. No, he's switching. Shavkat fighting the hands.
Are you calling this like me with your chin down like this? Like, there's a lot of tension in this fight.
Yeah, and now Shavkat has gotten out of it. And within the body triangle, he spun into Ian Garry. So now he's on top, but still inside the body triangle. Very talented to do that. Ian Garry throwing some elbows from the bottom. And now he's trying to work for maybe a Kimura. So Shavkat's on top, but Ian Garry's almost on his side. Now he's more on his back, but he's still in the body triangle. I think one thing's for sure goes, Ian Garry's going to get a lot of respect, even if he loses 4 rounds to 1. He's shown some skills here, man. I didn't think a lot of us thought he had this type of grappling. He had good takedown defense. He had some submissions attempts here. He's not too marked up, and he's going against the guy that's finished everyone. Let's not forget.
I think Bilal Muhammad's breathing a little bit easier too tonight.
Ian Garry punching from the bottom, still with the body triangle. So I think he's okay with just staying down here, but he's not going to win the fight down there. Shit, did he just get on top of Shavkat? Oh, he almost mounted him.
He almost did.
With that body triangle. 125 left here in round 5. Remember, Shavkat has won every fight and finished every fight. I don't think he's going to finish this one, but I think he'll win. He's probably going to lose this round, though, so it's probably going to be 3 rounds to 2. Ian would have been better off just letting go of this body triangle. Because, again, winning the round, I don't think wins in the fight. He needs to stand and just throw. Once he did have the back and he was attacking, then he was going for a finish. Now Shavkat's on top. And now Shavkat's taking his back. No hooks. They're up against the fence. They're standing. Ian Garry gets some underhooks. 40 seconds left here in round 5. I don't think anyone's going to go for a ride. I think he should separate and just throw hands. Although that doesn't look likely at this point. Now Shavkat is pushing Ian Garry up against the fence. 30 seconds left. Not much is going on. Shavkat pushing Ian Garry up against the fence. Almost like he's restraining him. Ian Garry is just preventing the takedown. He's got one leg up as a shield. And now there's 10 seconds left. It's going to go to a decision. Overhand right lands for Garry. Pretty impressive. Another right hand lands for Garry. And a spinning back fist lands for Garry. They high five, embrace. And Ian Garry looks like he wants to pray.
I think if you're Shavkat's translator, you're kind of fixing the collar of your shirt, right? Brushing off your jeans, getting ready to get in there.
Yes.
It was an okay fight, right?
It was okay. It was more chess than checkers, but at times it got exciting, especially when Garry showed off some of his submission skills. He threatened with the front choke. He threatened with the neck crank, with like a face crank. He threatened with the RNC. He used two different grips with the RNC. He went traditional behind the head, and then he went to a gable grip, and he kept switching back and forth. So one can't just say, hey, this guy just strikes, but he's got a deficiency. He was really hard to take down. He showed he can go 5 rounds. I think he's going to gain a lot here from this fight, and I think Shavkat's going to win.
If Garry did, though, would you just get up and walk out at this point?
Well, I think Ian Garry clearly won 2 rounds, and Rakhmonov won 3. What I can't remember is if there was a close one, and there might have been one close one that if they were to give it to Garry, it'd be... That's possible. But yeah, for the most part, I'd be a little disappointed.
Here comes his decision.
Ian Garry looks like he could still improve some more, huh?
Yeah.
Here we go with the scores. All 3 judges score it 48-47. And still undefeated. That doesn't clue us on anything. Shavkat Rakhmonov. Okay. That's about how we called it. I don't think there's a loser in this fight, honestly. I think Ian Garry lifted his stock, even in a loss. I don't want to sound like I'm all over his nuts. I'm just saying I thought he might be exposed a little bit, but he threatens in weird ways. I just think he needs to work on the fighter IQ a little bit. Like I think he hung on too long goes when he was on the bottom with the body triangle. You know, when he took the back and all that, then yeah, he was going for a finish, but I don't know. Joe Rogan saying, you trained with him before? Anything surprise you? September, we got a main event.
Shit, it's already 9:41.
Ian Garry is a great guy, great showman. I'm glad I won. I had a long year. Thanks for your support. Talking about a title fight against Belal Muhammad. Belal's shown and now booed by the audience. Belal, come here. Bilal looks like he's
Yep.
willing to do
He
it.
just hopped the fence.
There'll be a size difference here in the vertical.
Are they stopping him from going in the cage?
Yeah,
Looks like
Joe
it,
Rogan
huh?
just joked and said the UFC doesn't know he's the champ. They're stopping him from coming in. And he's not hobbling.
Man, there's still a size. Even with he's got shoes on, he doesn't.
He's telling the crowd those boos are going to turn to tears real quick. We'll find out who's the better man, is what Shavkat tells Bilal. It's a little awkward. There wasn't really too much tension. They're going to pose off right now. And that's it. I think Bilal wanted to make sure he didn't ruin Shavkat's moment. Because to be fair, it is Shavkat's moment. But Shavkat stands to gain a lot from that. Goes, that's what they'll use to market the future title fight. You know, and any creative quote along the way, you know, like I'm gonna knock him out within 2. That becomes headlines. I like it. It was an awkward one, but they pulled it off.
Man. Hey, look.
Oh yeah, Ryan from Yellowstone. We met him the other day. Gordon Ryan, arguably the greatest grappler ever, or maybe the best grappler right now. Alex Fajeda, saw him at the World MMA Awards too. He got Fighter of the Year, the Charles Mass Lewis Fighter of the Year award for World MMA Awards.
That Njeku fight felt like it was yesterday, doesn't it?
Which one's that one? Kennedy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man.
Okay, here we go. Alexandre Pantoja is going to defend his title against Kai Asakura, who is the bantamweight champ over at Ryzen. It's a fighting federation ran by the former Pride officials. And speaking of Pride, looks like the UFC 5 game is going to feature Pride characters. So your Quentin Rampage Jacksons, your Fedor Emelianenko's, Mauricio Shogunhua's, Vanderlei Silva's. A lot of fighters came from Pride, and so I find that to be pretty cool. I don't play the game that much, but that's a huge part of MMA, and some of those guys are Hall of Famers and champions in the UFC as well. So it's good to get that recognition. But going back to Rizin was taken over by a guy named Nobuyuki Sakakibara, who used to run Pride, and when he sold the UFC, he had to sit out of the sport for 5 years or something like that. And he did, and then he came back with a few different organizations, and this is the one that's kind of stuck. So this is their champ at bantamweight, but now Asakura had to weigh in at flyweight, and he did. To his credit, he did. He even had a cheat day on Embedded. I was like, "What are you doing?"
That was
Didn't
scary,
go too well for Brian Battle, but he did. He pulled it off, and so we'll see. You can see there was a size difference when they posed off in the different face-offs that they had. He definitely has some hands, but Pantoja's kind of good at everything, man.
It's still on you. You're kind of on fire. So who do you have in the main event?
At this point, it's hard to go against Pantoja. The experience. The only thing I used to see that used to be, to me, it looked like was a concern was he looked like he would get exhausted, but somehow he's like Dricus Duplessis, just keep powering through, digging deep. It's like he flicks a switch and says, "Turn on the third lung," you know, and all of a sudden he has a great ability to close. I mean, his Muay Thai is nice. His Jiu-Jitsu is outstanding. He can take a shot. So I think I would go with him. This is just a big, high-profile fight, and he's just been on a roll these last few years.
Yeah, I think that's the safe play. I like Kai Asakura. The problem is he's so aggressive that I think his aggression might put him at a disadvantage at times in this fight. And I think Pantoja is smart enough to maybe take advantage of that. That being said, if he came out and just lit Pantoja up, it wouldn't be the weirdest thing, because he's just got that kind of game. What I do like is how aggressive he is and how he uses his length. I think that can present some problems, but over 5 rounds, he either gets it done early or I think it might be a long night for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that, man. Wow, I'm still kind of recovering from this Ian Garry fight. If he would have choked Shavkat, for one, the guy would have been unbearable. But I would have had to step back and go, "Hey, bro, you just beat Shavkat. You can kind of be whatever you want." But he would have been a little bit cocky, unbearable. And think about that pose down or face off that Bilal Muhammad just had with Shavkat. It would have been different with Garry. Garry would have talked. Muhammad would have spoke back. It's interesting to see who the crowd would have supported because they're both kind of heels, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like we barely missed out on something historic, in that sense, had he choked him.
Yeah. I am so afraid of the way my body's going to react when I stand up. I can't even feel my ass right now.
Has those cushions been missing? Working?
Oh, God. Yeah, but remember, I had to do the preview show too.
Oh, that's right. Poor Pantoja, man. He's going for his 3rd title defense. But I don't think, look, no disrespect to the guy, I just don't think he'll ever match what Demetrius did. And it's a weight class that it's like the UFC just kind of looks at it and goes, what's going on with the flyweights? Like they peek in the room, and if something's popping, they're like, hey, look, we got flyweights, everybody. But if it's not, it just feels like, those are like the preschoolers, you know what I mean? And we're more worried about 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, but just let those guys play. Put in a fun house or whatever. Like these guys were supposed to be the co-main event to Bilal Muhammad versus Shavkat Rakhmonov,
Right.
And so Pantoja, he all around, he's got some pretty good skills, but you're in Johnson's shadow. You're in a division that the UFC has gone cold with a few times. He just doesn't get that respect.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like for the longest time in boxing, that would kind of happen too. They didn't get very big paychecks, and that started to change a little bit, but I just don't see this division really ever having that kind of pop. It's fun though.
I thought with Marino it would be something.
Brandon Moreno made it fun. Is that Len Hart?
Sounded like it. I mean, it was definitely her voice. I just don't think she's there to announce them.
Right. But that would have been dope, right?
Super. I would have loved to see that. He does look like he's got a look to him.
Kai?
Yeah, like it looks like he's got some swag. Like how Akiyama was cool, but somebody like or Sakuraba was cool. Akiyama, Sexyama was cool, but then like Nakamura, he wasn't as cool. Some of the guys just
Gomi had swag.
Gomi had a little bit of swag. Yeah. He was a hard hitter.
Kid Yamamoto had swag, but he lived in like Arizona for a long time, didn't he?
Yes. But like look at like Yushin Okami, not much swag,
He was funny though. Like remember after the show when we went gambling?
Yeah.
He was funny. I think he just didn't know how to like behave, or I don't know what his thing was.
I mean, the crowd's popping for him. What if he just steals on Pantoja? Could we have a star, guys?
I think it would feel that way. Definitely. This has probably got to be somewhat overwhelming for him. You know, he's fighting in a cage. There's a completely different rule set. He's used to fighting in front of a large crowd, but, you know, there's something to being in Las Vegas. I don't know.
Oh, so who's our pick?
Well, you said Pantoja, no, that you can't overlook.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, got it. I got a parlay I need to close. What should I close it to? Who would you close it to?
Pantoja.
Pantoja to it's 2.5 rounds is the over-under. You think it'll go the distance or end early?
If Pantoja wins, I think it goes the distance. Well, maybe you can get a submission later. I don't know. But remember, I've been mush all weekend, so you might want to stay away from me.
I mean, the kid's got 13 KOs, Asakura, which is pretty good for the lower weight classes. He finished Juan Archuleta, who used to be a former Bellator bantamweight champ.
Oh, that
knee to the body. That's kind of one of his weapons. He's ended a few fights with that. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. What is Asakura's age? That's another thing. He looks good out there. He's a big guy. It didn't look like he suffered with the weight cut. He's 31. How old is Pantoja? 34.
Pantoja is now in the prep point. This is the Manscaped prep point.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
bullshit. It's not letting me play because it says the fight's already started, and that's not true. I hate it when it does that. It's like, well, if the fight's already started, why are you posting the odds? Usually you take the odds away. I don't like that. Look at that. At least a minute's gone by.
In Mike Bond's time zone and Farah Hanun, technically the preview show was yesterday.
All right, here we go.
All right, who are the judges? Saudi
Ben
Amato,
Carledge, Derek. I'm scared of Ben Carledge. Tell you that right now. Jason Herzog is the third man in the octagon. We're good there. And now. Introducing first. It's time. That's one of the longer it's times for Bruce Buffer.
Mm-hmm. Means he's feeling it.
I still can't believe Manchester United lost today. Nottingham Forest is in 5th place this year.
Yeah.
Maybe I underestimated them. Don't forget, on Monday, folks, we'll be unpacking this fight card, all the latest news. We got 4 big fight bookings to talk about: Makhachev and Sarukian, Dvalishvili versus Nurmagomedov at UFC 311 on January 18th in LA. And then in February in Sydney, Australia, Sean Strickland will challenge Dricus du Plessis for his middleweight title. Co-main event, Tatiana Suarez challenges Zhang Weili. Also,
Pantoja's like everywhere, no?
What do you mean?
He just won't stop moving, like he's anxious or something.
Yeah. All right. Final championship fight of 2024, says John Anik, and he's right. Because next week they're in Tampa for Colby Covington versus Joaquin Buckley, but obviously no title is at stake there. So this is the last major title here for the UFC. And here we go. Nice calf kick to start things off by Alexandre Pantoja. Ooh, that jumping knee that Kaya Asakura has landed before. He hits Pantoja with it. Boy, these guys are moving quick.
Oh,
Pantoja chasing.
He landed a good left hand.
He did. Yeah, he's got Asakura down on the ground. He's trying to finish him here with the takedown. Asakura's back up. Asakura's now pushing Pantoja up against the fence.
You got to watch the knees here from Asakura. That was a nice left hook to the right on the jaw. He hit Asakura.
Yeah. They're up against the cage. Asakura comes in with a knee to the belly. And now they're back on the ground with Pantoja on top. He's inside of Asakura's guard. Asakura was punching him in the back of the head. He got warned by Jason Herzog. 3:45 left here in round 1. Asakura's got a butterfly on his right leg. Let's see if he can use that to create some space between him and Pantoja. These guys are so lightning fast. Any opening can cause both fighters to just wind up on their feet again.
Pantoja's almost playing the game a little bit with that back of the head strike.
Yeah.
Kind of
3:20 left here in round 1. They are back to their feet. Oh, it looked like Asakura kind of like flipped them off or something, right? Or taunted him?
I think he taunted him a little bit. I don't think he flipped him off. Ooh, nice right
Oh,
hand.
nice right hand by Asakura. And then Pantoja kind of throws a nice one of his own. Inside leg kick there by Asakura. Asakura switches stances. Inside leg kick there by Asakura. 2:50 left here in round 1. Good action so far. Pantoja should just ask to fight in a Speedo, right? He's always like cutting his shorts up and hiking them up. Nice knee to the body by Asakura. But Pantoja just eats it and keeps walking forward like it was nothing.
I think it hurt him. He dropped his arm a little bit more now. But you're right. Yeah, he's always wearing a diaper for some reason.
Another jumping knee there by Asakura. Big right hand by Asakura. Nothing has really stopped Pantoja in his tracks. He keeps marching forward. 2:05 left here in round 1. He does look like he's got Pantoja thinking though a little bit, Goze.
Yeah, I think so.
These jumping knees are a weapon.
Oof.
And then he's got really fast hands. He just threw a nice lead left hook. But Pantoja still doesn't seem too concerned. Sorry, meaning he's not hurt, but I would say he's concerned and he's sizing things up.
This has been fun though.
Yeah. Oh, head kick there by Asakura. How fast did that get up?
He blocked it, but still, I mean, a kick that fast and that hard, you blocking it still kind of hurts.
Nice lead left hook there by Pantoja. Oh, nice knee there lands for Pantoja. Asakura looked like he gave him credit. Goes 3 rounds of this action and a finish. And I'm telling you, man, like, I think the flyweight division will.
Ooh,
it'll have some buzz, you know. And we might have to thank this Japanese fighter for it. And of course, Pantoja, whoever might win. You know, a lot of us are like, what the hell? Why is he walking straight into a title shot? It's really rare. Gilbert Melendez might have been the last one to do that when he came over from Strikeforce and fought Vincent Henderson. Usually you got to fight someone. Eddie Alvarez had to fight Cowboy, I think. Maybe 1 or 2 fights before he had to fight RDA.
I feel like it's Pantoja round, but I feel like Asakura did some things that kind of opened his eyes a little bit here. This should be a really good battle going forward. Good first round.
Yeah. Yeah, there's showing the highlights there, and Asakura did land a knee. Nice left hook there by Pantoja. Another knee to the body by Asakura. DC says those knees, they suck bad. And Joe Rogan giggles along.
Well, remember the one Machida used to throw, the timing on his? Somebody in the chat took their sleep gummies too early. This is starting to kick.
It's hurting, huh?
What happens if you eat that whole thing that you have there? Not the whole bottle, but just one complete. Will it annihilate you?
No, I don't think it'll annihilate me, but I had some good dreams yesterday. But you know how I used to describe the one with Aubrey Marcus and Joe Rogan? What was that called? Brain food or brain this or what? Alpha brain?
Oh, alpha brain. Yeah.
My dreams were funny dreams, happy dreams. Like I
not mine.
Like I wasn't having like, you know, some monster rip my head off or nothing like that.
I was getting chased by dragons and I kept waking up or thinking I was awake and I wasn't.
All right, here we go. And they're already into the round, and Pantoja's taking Asakura's back. Asakura's trying to shake him off. Pantoja's got one hook in, but now he doesn't have his back. He does, but not completely because Asakura's blocking the other leg from getting in the other hook by using the fence. And there's 4:15 left here in round 2. We're matched up, right, Goze, on the time?
I'm at 4:10, 4:09.
Yeah.
8, 7.
Okay. So they're stuck there right now. Pantoja won't let go of that hook. It's in. And he looks like he's ready to hop on Asakura's back, but he can't really punch. He's not going to have too much leverage to do much there other than maybe take his neck. But he's not going to be able to take the back because Asakura's blocking that. No, okay, he has now.
He's got it.
Because
and he got the body.
He sure did. He was fast. He's got the body triangle. He went in the other direction. Asakura wasn't fast enough. And trust me, Asakura's fast, man. He's fighting both hands right now. The body triangle is on, but he's trying to make sure these two hands don't start going under the chin. Pantoja's probably a better grappler than he is a striker. So you have to really, really take him serious there. Now there's 3:15 left here. Uh-oh, Pantoja's already under?
Yeah, look at that. Oh, you can't see.
Get out of the way, ref.
Nope.
Okay. He's fighting
Yeah.
it. He's under. Oh, no, he fought it off. Nice. 2-on-1. 2 hands to 1. Asakura is using. He's out. He lost.
Wow.
Alexandre Pantoja choked him out. It looked like with one arm.
That's good for you, right? Under?
No, I never got the play in, but I would have played Asakura under. So I wouldn't have won. I don't think Asakura made an ass out of himself. But the mistake was when he was blocking him against the fence, he got a little bit careless there, and then Pantoja managed to take the back, and he was just too good. He's so fast, man. He's pretty special. But Asakura had a pretty good representation of himself, like debuting. Made a simple mistake against the noted grappler.
Same with Tyra, right? Like, it makes you want to see them again.
So what happens here? Because he has him under the chin. He's tightening up the choke. And then Asakura uses 2 hands to pull down the one. So it looks like he's safe. Watch right here. No, he fights off this arm right here. Yeah. Takes it off. Now what? He's going palm to palm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I would have been livid if I had Volk. Volkov.
Oh, yeah.
Remember the 3-team parlay?
Volkov did, man. He did some work. It sucks for Volkov. But Royval's lost twice to Pantoja, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tatsuro Taira just lost. And with Mokayev being out of the picture, I mean, Marino just looked good in this fight, but he's fought Pantoja twice or 3 times?
3 times, though.
One on the show, and I think 2 outside the show. Yeah, Marino's lost to Pantoja there, and then once on the show. So I don't think you can feature Royval or Marino. And then Marino just took out Albazi, and Royval just took out Tatsuo Taira. Mokayev, they decided to cut. Otherwise, he might be, in play somehow. And I don't think he's ready to go up because, for one, there's already a title fight that's booked. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would have loved for Demetrius Johnson to somehow make one more comeback, Goze. Kai Kara France is coming off a win over Urseg, but before that, he lost to Amir Albazi. And then before that, he lost to Brandon Moreno. He's kind of on a 1-2 run. I don't know. That's the confusing thing, man, is that a lot of the top dogs got taken out.
Yeah. He looks phenomenal, though.
I'm into the Henry Cejudo chance if he wants to drop, I guess. But with Albazi losing and the two Brandons being both 0-2 against the champ, like...
Mm-hmm. And even then, like, look, Mokaev, I think it would be great as an option, but I don't know that I'd favor him over Pantoja. Pantoja just looks unbeatable right now.
Tony Phony Turgeson says, I want the boring Pantoja to lose. Another wet blanket, boring hugger. I mean, got the finish though, man. Who? Johnson, right?
Who? I couldn't tell who was saying that to.
Yeah, I think Demetrius Johnson. Bring back Demetrius Johnson, seriously.
I mean, he's just kind of done now, right?
Well, I guess, yeah. I mean, but it doesn't mean he can't come back. I guess one championship might retain his rights, but maybe the UFC can go, well, how about this, in return? Or I think it'd be pretty epic, honestly. Now, Demetrius Johnson has spoke very highly of one championship. So it's not even like he's saying, let me out of my contract. I mean, it looked like he was happy there, made money there, got treated with respect there. So if he were to come back, it'd probably be because of this. The UFC would have to pony up some money. They'd have to agree with something having to do with one championship, and then I suppose it could happen or not, right? But it's an idea. It's nothing against Royval or Moreno, who are outstanding fighters, but they're both 0-2 against Pantoja. They're recent 0-2s, recent enough. And Albazi, Tyra got taken out. Urseg lost the follow-up to the loss of Pantoja, because when he fought Pantoja, we all went, hey, maybe we judged him too early. Then he lost to Kai Kara France. Kai Kara France has also lost to a few people. Mokaev gets cut. Manel Kopp can't seem to get on a roll. And then all these other guys like Filio, they're still kind of working their way up. It might be too early for them, but I don't know. The Johnson thing isn't as ridiculous as it sounds.
I mean, anyway, it is in the sense that the guy's retired, and on top of him being retired, he'd have to get a release from one. I imagine he's got some kind of contract with them, like.
Oh yeah, I'm sure one would probably ask for something, but as long as they don't get too crazy, I think the UFC can meet whatever demands it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, folks, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. It was 9 fights in total. It was a good way to finish the year. A lot of well-known fighters fought. And we got some surprising results and a couple controversial ones. The Volkov one kind of stung a little bit. I'm not even Volkov, and I was pretty mad. Gane was pretty mad. Looked like he just wanted to get the hell out of Dodge. I think he knew he lost, but whatever, man. We're going to be there to unpack it on Monday for Spinning Back Click. It'll be myself and Goze, Matt Wells, and who's the other one? Nolan King? Did you see who's doing it this Monday?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Nolan's at the event tonight, so he'll have firsthand coverage or opinions from what he saw up close. And should be fun times as always. Spinning Back Click, you can catch it in podcast form on Tuesday. It gets uploaded, but you want to watch it live, it's Mondays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And Goze and I do deliver 2 shows a week. MMA Junkie Radio for the website. Catch those in podcast form over at Omni, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, or Spotify. You can follow me on social media. I'm at MMA Junkie George on Twitter and Instagram. Goze is at the Goze, TheGoze on Instagram and Twitter. And MMA Junkie Radio can be followed on both Twitter and Instagram. Same thing, at MMA Junkie Radio. All right, folks, enjoy your weekend. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you at the next one, the next watch along, UFC 311 on June 18th. And again, catch us working throughout the week for MMA Junkie, the best website on the planet. If you're an MMA fan, subscribe, lock in, follow us. We're everywhere. TikTok. I think we're even on Blue Sky now, Instagram, Facebook, all that good stuff. Go out and be a champion.